Warrior Lore. Chapter 426. It could not be said that there were no people in the Taishan sect who had ideas about Green Spirit Peak, but those people all had scruples. After all, Green Spirit Peak was one of the 9 meridians of Taishan. Moreover, the elders of the Taishan sect knew very well what kind of treasures the Green Spirit Peak had. They knew the Green Spirit Peak like the back of their hand. Even if they obtained the treasures of the Green Spirit Peak, those people did not dare to use them or cultivate with them. If someone recognized the treasures or the origins of the treasures, then their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, although the Green Spirit Peak was declining day by day, and in Gu Fei's generation, they were faced with the danger of losing their teachings, but no one really dared to touch Green Spirit Peak. It had to be said that Wang Yuanji was really bold. He did things that many people did not dare to do. He and Qi Hao had actually broken the stone door of the Green Spirit Peak cave residence in broad daylight and looted everything inside. Of course, they did not get what they wanted. The treasures of the Green Spirit Peak were all sealed by the elders of the Green Spirit Peak. It was not an easy thing to break the seal. Gu Fei waited until Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao disappeared at the foot of the mountain before he walked out of the forest. He walked towards the cave with a gloomy face. He pushed open the stone door of the cave and walked in. It was not dark inside, but it was a mess. Things were thrown everywhere. Along the way, Gu Fei's face became more and more gloomy. Entering the hall of the cave, he saw that the portrait of the first-generation ancestor of Green Spirit Peak on the wall in front of the hall was no longer in its original place. The portrait of the first-generation ancestor of Green Spirit Peak was thrown in the corner. When Gu Fei saw this scene, the blue veins on his forehead could not help but jump. Wang Yuanji, Qi Hao. Gu Fei was furious. His eyes were red. The other party had gone too far. It was simply unforgivable. I want you to pay a heavy price. Gu Fei growled in a low voice. Tonight, he planned to give Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao an unexpected surprise. Didn't Wang Yuanji want to secretly bring his ancestor to Green Spirit Peak? If his granduncle's cultivation was weaker than his, then his granduncle wouldn't be able to return. Gu Fei wanted to kill Wang Yuanji, but due to the rules of the sect, he couldn't kill Wang Yuanji in his own territory. However, this rule didn't apply to his granduncle, who was from the same sect. Since you dare to target my Green Spirit Peak, then you should be prepared to die. Gu Fei's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Gu Fei directly sat cross-legged in the main hall of the cave. He was waiting for the other party to come to him. This time, he was truly angry. He wanted the other party to pay a heavy price. In fact, he had another purpose, and that was to establish his might. The Green Spirit Peak had been silent for too long. It was time for them to return to the public sight. It had already been several hundred years since a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm had appeared in the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei was very clear about the situation of his own lineage. If he hadn't obtained the yin-yang fish jade pendant in the mysterious cave under the icy jade lake, he was afraid that he would still be cultivating hard in the awakening realm and being bullied by a disciple of an aristocratic family like Wang Yuanji. On the road of martial arts, it was too difficult to cultivate successfully. The road of martial arts was to become a saint with the body and prove the Tao with strength. It could be said that it was the most difficult of all the roads leading to the supreme great Tao. However, there were gains and losses. Although the road of martial arts was full of dangers and difficulties, if one was successful in cultivation, he would be a terrifying existence that could be called the king of the same level. Time passed. Gu Fei sat quietly in the main hall of the cave, as if he had become one with the surrounding environment. There was no aura emitted from his body at all. After his cultivation broke through to the void-controlling realm, Gu Fei found that his control of his own aura had reached an unimaginable level. With just a thought, he could completely seal his own aura in his body, not letting a trace of it leak out like a lifeless stone statue. Even people at a much higher level than him would find it difficult to detect his presence. Control of the body was the most basic skill of a warrior. It could be said that after his cultivation broke through to the void-controlling realm, Gu Fei had opened up a treasure trove of power. The human body was like a treasure trove, full of mysteries. No one knew how many secrets there were in the body. On the road of martial arts, Refining the body and transforming it was to gradually dig out the power of the body. After cultivation to a certain level, the power of the body would be released, forming all kinds of great abilities. Those were magical powers derived from the body, using the body as the source of power. Night fell, and the pace of time was unstoppable. The protective matrix of the Taishan sect was activated, and a strange wave of power enveloped the world. Hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles, of the world was sealed. The protective matrix of the Taishan sect covered all 9 peaks of Taishan. Outside the 9 peaks of Taishan, nothing strange could be seen. It was an unfathomable power, and it was extremely powerful. After the protective matrix was activated, the power it formed was difficult even for a demigod-level character to break through. After nightfall, a sneaky figure came down from Taishan Mountain. He could actually pass through the terrible force field formed by the protective matrix and walked out of Taishan Mountain. The moon was high in the sky, sprinkling down bright moonlight. The 9 peaks of Taishan, under the moonlight, were like 9 fairy mountains standing between heaven and earth, surrounded by clouds and mist like a fairyland. It had to be said that Taishan Mountain was definitely a rare holy land for cultivation. It was full of spiritual qi, and the 9 peaks seemed to have some kind of connection, gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Taishan Mountain was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There seemed to be some kind of hidden secret. Many great cultivators had already seen it, but no one knew what the secret was. In the middle of the night, 2 dark shadows quietly appeared on a small hillside outside Taishan Mountain. They were 2 masked men dressed in black, like ghosts. The bottom is connected to the earth, and the top is guided by the starlight. The protective matrix of Taishan sect really lives up to its name. One of the tall and thin masked men looked at the 9 spiritual peaks in front of him, and his eyes lit up. "Uncle, let's hurry up the mountain," the other man in black said in a low voice. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. "What's the hurry? Didn't you say that Ling Peak is an uninhabited mountain?" The tone of the tall and thin man in black seemed to be a little impatient. "It's a big deal, definitely a big deal. The power of the matrix is integrated with the earth and the starry sky. Even if a fairy came, I am afraid it would be difficult to break this matrix," the tall and thin man in black said with great emotion. The tall and skinny black-robed man sighed. In fact, there was nothing in front of him, not even a trace of energy fluctuation. However, he seemed to be able to see how powerful it was. "If it weren't for your jade talisman, I really wouldn't have been able to get in," the tall and thin masked man said. He couldn't help but reach out and touch the jade talisman hanging on his waist. It looked like a jade pendant, but it was engraved with mysterious runes. "Uncle, it's getting late," the other man in black said anxiously, looking up at the sky. "Well, let's go in," the tall and thin masked man said. "Lead the way." The tall and thin masked man seemed to be very unfamiliar with the environment around Taishan sect. "Yes," the other masked man hurriedly responded and then walked forward. They were in a remote and secret place. It was as if they had passed through a transparent layer of water. Only then did they truly enter the range of Taishan Mountain and the 9 peaks of Taishan. When they passed through the void force field formed by the protective mountain formation, the jade talismans hanging on the waists of the 2 black-clothed men lit up. They emitted an almost transparent light curtain that enveloped them. Chapter 427. It's him. Didn't he get lost in the virtual sky world? How could he appear here? Wang Yuanji, who was wearing black tights and had his face covered, seemed to be stunned as he muttered to himself. In the dim cave residence, they saw a white figure sitting cross-legged in the hall. There was no aura coming from his body. If they hadn't seen him with their naked eyes, they wouldn't have been able to sense that there was someone else in the cave residence. Moreover, this was a person who was absolutely impossible to appear. In Wang Yuanji's view, Gu Fei had already been lost in the virtual sky world, and those who had been lost in the virtual sky world had never been able to come out. Although Wang Yuanji was a disciple of an aristocratic family, he was not a core disciple in the Tianqian Gate. He was not qualified to know the secrets of the Taishan Gate. For the Taishan Gate and even the 3 great Dao sects, the matter of Gu Fei was related to the longevity grass, so it was absolutely top secret. The higher-ups of the Dao sects had unanimously blocked the news. Wang Yuanji only knew that Gu Fei had been lost in the virtual sky world. For thousands of years, the virtual sky world had been opened no less than 20 or 30 times. There were also records about the virtual sky world in the oldest books of the sect. Among the 3 great Dao sects, many disciples had been lost in the virtual sky world, and none of those disciples had survived. The virtual sky world was definitely not a good place. It was more like a wild world full of dangers and opportunities. There were ancient ruins everywhere, and those who entered it were not absolutely safe. If they were lucky, they could obtain the legendary spirit of heaven and earth, or the cultivation methods and weapons left behind by ancient powerful people. However, if they were unlucky, they would die inside. "Who is he?" the tall and thin masked man said in a deep voice. His eyes shone as bright as cold stars as he stared at the young man in white in the hall of the cave residence. He couldn't sense any aura from the other party, which made Wang Yuanji's granduncle very afraid. There was even a trace of uneasiness in his heart. With his cultivation, he couldn't sense any fluctuations of power from the other party. He couldn't even sense any signs of life. Was the other party a dead person? Otherwise, Wang Yuanji's granduncle's palms began to sweat. If it was really as he thought, it would be a disaster tonight. Hee. Wang Yuanji's voice trembled. Gu Fei's sudden appearance had caused him to completely lose his composure. He had never thought that a person who would never appear would actually appear here. "Speak." Wang Yuanji's great-uncle seemed to be a little angry as he growled in a low voice. His eyes never left Wang Yuanji's figure from the beginning to the end. The other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Gu Fei quietly sat cross-legged in the hall with his eyes closed. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Since the other party could not sense his aura, they must be wary of him. At this time, from the aura emitted from the other party's body, he could determine that this tall and skinny masked man's cultivation was between the 2nd and 3rd heavens of the void-controlling realm. With his current strength, it was not that easy to kill such a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He must strike so that the other party would not be able to turn the tables. He is. Gu Fei. Although Wang Yuanji was shocked to the extreme, at this time, his mood gradually stabilized. With his granduncle here, even if Gu Fei appeared here, so what? Could Gu Fei still be his granduncle's opponent? Thinking of this, Wang Yuanji could not help but feel relieved. Gu Fei's cultivation, before he went down the mountain, was only around the 8th or 9th heavens of the void-controlling realm. Even if he had a fortuitous encounter in the virtual sky world, his strength would never be improved to a terrifying level that was enough to compete with a peerless expert. In just a few years, a cultivator who had cultivated from the void-controlling realm to the void-controlling realm, perhaps even those amazing geniuses would find it absolutely difficult to do so. Gu Fei? Who is Gu Fei? Wang Yuanji's granduncle did not know of the existence of Gu Fei. A peerless expert would not pay attention to a small cultivator in the Taishan sect. He would never have thought that Gu Fei was the master of this place, the last descendant of the Green Spirit Peak. Wang Yuanji said. Although he didn't know why Gu Fei would suddenly appear here, he could kill Gu Fei with his granduncle around. Then, he would break into the place where the treasures were hidden behind the cave mansion and leave after taking the treasures. A murderous intent rose in Wang Yuanji's heart. Oh! Wang Yuanji's granduncle could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other party did not seem to be a peerless expert, but just a young disciple of the Green Spirit Peak. Wang Yuanji. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and his cold words sounded above the hall. Gu Fei was furious, and his eyes were red. At this time, Gu Fei unexpectedly released a trace of his aura. 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm? Wang Yuanji's granduncle was completely relieved. From the other party's body, he could feel the power of the 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm. You. How did you know it was me? Wang Yuanji suddenly heard Gu Fei call out his name, and he immediately panicked and asked with a trembling voice. How could I forget the aura on your body? Gu Fei said coldly. You brought someone to the Supreme Mystery Sect without permission, and you have already violated the rules of the sect. If I report this, how do you think the sect will punish you?" When Wang Yuanji heard this, he was immediately stunned, and then his exposed eyes suddenly burst out with a fierce light. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid you won't have this chance." He was naturally very clear what the consequences would be if the matter was exposed. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled, and his face was full of disdain. At this time, he did not stand up from the ground, but continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. "I have to say, at such a young age, you have already reached the 9 heavens of the transcending mortality realm, which is really rare. You can be called a genius among the younger generation, but it's a pity that a genius like you will never have the chance to truly grow," Wang Yuanji's granduncle said as he strode into the hall. The hall of the cave abode was very spacious, with a radius of several hundred feet. The ceiling was inlaid with several fist-sized pearls. It was because of these pearls that the cave abode didn't fall into darkness that the cave abode emitted a soft moonlight. Wang Yuanji's granduncle directly approached Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall. "I will give you a quick death." Wang Yuanji's granduncle's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his words were cold, without a trace of emotion. He stopped 2 feet in front of Gu Fei. Then, he stabbed his finger at Gu Fei like a sword, and as his finger moved in the air, a chi sound rang out, and a white sword light shot out from his finger, piercing towards Gu Fei like a divine sword. The chilling sword aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Before the sword light arrived, a chilling aura had already arrived. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was too careful. He didn't get close to Gu Fei, as if he was testing him. The feeling that Gu Fei gave him was a little unusual. Chi. Gu Fei's body moved to the side, and the sword light brushed past his skin, leaving a black hole on the wall behind him. Although the sword light didn't really stab Gu Fei, a thin layer of ice actually formed on half of Gu Fei's body in an instant, sealing half of his body in ice. Wang Yuanji's granduncle actually cultivated the frost magic power of extreme Yin and extreme cold. "I was overthinking." Seeing Gu Fei fall to the ground with a terrified expression, Wang Yuanji's granduncle completely relaxed. He took a big step forward, and his finger formed a sword, wanting to cut off Gu Fei's head. At this moment, he completely believed that Gu Fei was only a cultivator at the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm, and that he posed no threat to him. A peerless expert of the void-controlling realm could kill a cultivator of the transcending mortality realm with a wave of his hand. In front of a peerless expert, even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heaven of the transcending mortality realm was as weak as a baby. However, just as Wang Yuanji's granduncle was about to wave his finger, he suddenly saw a cold smile on the half of Gu Fei's face that wasn't covered in ice. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was startled. Before he could do anything, the thin layer of ice on half of Wang Yuanji's body suddenly exploded with a bang. Gu Fei sprang up from the ground like a bolt of lightning. His bones were all vibrating, and his skin was crystal clear. Yuan Qi surged as he punched forward with a 5-colored fist. Bang! This punch directly hit the left cheekbone of Wang Yuanji's granduncle. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the left side of Wang Yuanji's granduncle's face was instantly shattered. "Want to kill me? Then you should be prepared to be killed." Wang Yuanji's granduncle was hit on the left side of his face, and he was directly sent flying to the side. Yi Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. Before Wang Yuanji's granduncle could hit the smooth cave wall, Gu Fei had already chased after him. He swung his leg forcefully, and his right leg lashed out like an iron whip. Bang! Gu Fei's right leg heavily struck the chest of Wang Yuanji's granduncle and directly smashed him down from the air. Even though Wang Yuanji's granduncle had the cultivation base of the 2nd or 3rd heaven of the void-controlling realm, but his physical body was absolutely incomparable to Gu Fei's martial body. His sternum was broken on the spot and collapsed. Gu Fei first showed weakness to Wang Yuanji's granduncle, making the other party think that he was just a transcending mortality realm cultivator, so that the other party would let down his guard, and then he succeeded in one blow. Strength, coupled with a shrewd mind, allowed Gu Fei to instantly reverse the situation and gain the absolute upper hand. It was a big taboo for other cultivators to be approached by a martial artist. Moreover, Gu Fei was a powerful martial artist of the first heaven of the void-controlling realm. Being approached by such a powerful martial artist would be a nightmare for all the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm. You dare to have ideas on my green spirit peak? You've got some guts. Gu Fei kicked out, and Wang Yuanji's granduncle's shoulder suddenly made a scalp-numbing sound of bones breaking, and he was suddenly sent flying. Gu Fei did not wait for him to land, and only took a step forward to chase after him. Bang! 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 Two sounds. Gu Fei swung out both fists, directly smashing the thigh bone of Wang Yuanji's granduncle, and then with one foot, he fell heavily to the ground. Wang Yuanji, who was standing at the entrance of the cave residence, was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He never thought that his powerful granduncle would be beaten by Gu Fei like a scarecrow and be crippled in an instant. Chapter 428. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was lying on the ground like a pool of mud. His skull, sternum, shoulder bones, and leg bones were all smashed by Gu Fei's heavy hand. However, it has to be said that the vitality of a peerless master of the void-controlling realm was also extraordinary. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was still alive after suffering such serious injuries. Roar! He roared in anger, causing the entire cave abode to shake. He actually endured the intense pain and floated up from the ground. Vast waves of mana surged out from his body, and within the cave abode, a strong airflow was generated out of nowhere. The airflow rolled up the scattered debris on the ground and danced around Wang Yuanji's granduncle. The mask of Wang Yuanji's granduncle was already sent flying when Gu Fei punched him on the left side of his face. Wang Yuanji's granduncle was an old man with a thin face. The corner of his mouth was bleeding, and his face was ferocious as he stared fiercely at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died countless times. This was the first time Gu Fei had fought with a peerless master, and the other party's cultivation was obviously higher than him, a martial artist who had just entered the ranks of the peerless masters. However, Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and he instantly injured the old man. However, the other party seemed to be very strong, and he actually floated up from the ground. Little bastard, die! Wang Xinfeng roared angrily. As an elder of the Wang family, he was actually plotted against by a junior and was seriously injured, which made him furious. Swish, swish, swish. Endless magical power rushed out from Wang Xuanfeng's dantian, forming transparent ice blades, and slashed towards Gu Fei in front of him. The temperature in the cave residence dropped sharply. The vast magical power fluctuated, and the ground and walls in the cave residence were immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. The huge cave residence seemed to have turned into an ice cave in an instant. Wang Yuanji was only at the transcending mortality stage, and it was hard for him to withstand this cold air. He hurriedly turned around and ran out of the cave. With his great-uncle's help, Gu Fei would definitely die. Wang Yuanji was very confident in his granduncle. Even if his granduncle's physical body was injured, it wouldn't affect his cultivation. This was because a cultivator's abilities were all above the nascent divinity and nascent soul. The physical body was just a bag of skin, a cauldron. As long as the nascent divinity and nascent soul were not destroyed, even if the physical body was destroyed, they could still find a suitable cauldron to store the nascent divinity and nascent soul. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. Facing the countless spinning transparent ice blades, he directly punched forward. Rumble! The space in front of his fist immediately shook. Then, the fiery red fist aura surged forward like a monstrous fire. Gu Fei immediately struck out with the fire elemental fist of the five elements fist. The fist force was like fire, shaking the void. It carried with it a terrifyingly high temperature as it rushed forward. It was comparable to the true raging divine fire. Chi, 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 chi. Countless spinning transparent ice blades instantly collided with Gu Fei's fiery fist force, making a burst of sound like a red-hot soldering iron being put into cold water. The unparalleled fist force directly shattered the countless ice blades. The fire dispelled the cold air. Gu Fei took a step forward as if he had teleported, and suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xianfeng. Whoosh! Without any superfluous words, Gu Fei directly punched towards Wang Xuanfeng's abdomen. The fist emitted a bright five-colored divine light, like a meteor piercing through the void, unstoppable. Swoosh! A shield that seemed to be refined from ice rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's dantian and quickly enlarged, blocking in front of him. Bang! Gu Fei's fist fiercely hit the white shield. Gotcha! The extremely ferocious fist force actually caused cracks to appear on the shield in front of Wang Xianfeng that was like jade yet not jade, like ice yet not ice. Wang Xianfeng was shocked, and his face instantly turned pale. Only now did he realize that Gu Fei's cultivation was extremely powerful. Gu Fei was not a transcending mortality realm cultivator, but a peerless master. Wang Xianfeng quickly flew back, and Gu Fei caught up. Bang! Another extremely dull sound rang out, and Gu Fei's fist once again hit the shield in front of Wang Xianfeng. A fist mark clearly appeared where Gu Fei's fist hit. Countless cracks started from the fist mark and quickly spread in all directions. The white shield that was flickering with spirit light began to dim. Wang Xianfeng was shocked to the extreme. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. A person's fist was strong enough to break a magic weapon refined by a peerless master. Bang! Gu Fei was like a god of war descending to the world. His entire body was surging with yuan qi, and there were rays of five-colored divine light surrounding him. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a big step forward and punched the shield again. The shield in front of Wang Xianfeng immediately dimmed and was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter into thousands of pieces at any time. Gu Fei's fist force was as heavy as a mountain, directly sending Wang Xianfeng flying 10 feet away and blasting him out of the cave residence's hall. Gu Fei had completely taken the initiative. At this time, Wang Yuanji had already retreated from the cave residence. A battle of this level was not something a cultivator like him could intervene in. For a peerless expert of the void-resisting realm to kill a transcending mortality realm cultivator, it was simply easier than pinching an ant to death. Wang Yuanji was not a fool. When he saw that something was amiss, he immediately retreated far away. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and chased after Wang Xianfeng, who was flying out of the cave residence. Gu Fei displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He was like a phantom that was hard to distinguish with the naked eye. In just an instant, he caught up with Wang Xianfeng, who was flying out, and then directly punched out. His qi had already enveloped Wang Xianfeng. Even if Wang Xianfeng wanted to avoid it, because of the pull of the qi, he would instead attract Gu Fei's sudden attack. Bang! Crack! The shield in front of Wang Xianfeng was finally shattered by Gu Fei. Gu Fei, who had broken through to the void-controlling realm, had a physical body that was strong enough to withstand the magic weapon of a void-controlling realm cultivator. The broken pieces of the shield glittered like stars. These fragments were almost all suppressed by Gu Fei's fist force and shot towards Wang Xianfeng, who was behind the shield. These fragments contained the power of Gu Fei, enough to penetrate stone and gold. Roar! Wang Xianfeng let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. He wanted to avoid the thousands of fragments that shot towards him, but at this moment, a purple divine light rushed up from below like a bolt of lightning and twisted around Wang Xuanfeng's waist. Wang Xuanfeng's body was immediately twisted into 2 pieces by the purple divine light and fell from the sky. On Gu Fei's forehead, a purple flame mark was quickly fading away. Granduncle! Wang Yuanji, who saw this scene in the distance, seemed to be scared silly. He was motionless and his eyes were dull. His granduncle had been killed. This can't be real. Yes, I'm seeing things. I must be seeing things. Wang Yuanji muttered to himself. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Just as Gu Fei had cut Wang Yuanji's granduncle, Wang Xianfeng, 1 or 2 beams of light rushed out from each of the other 8 peaks of the Taishan sect, heading towards Green Spirit Peak. Although the upper echelons of the Taishan sect had let Gu Fei return to Green Spirit Peak, they were still paying close attention to him. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching Gu Fei on Taishan Mountain. When Wang Xianfeng, Wang Yuanji's granduncle, exploded with a strong wave of magical power, the masters of the Taishan sect immediately sensed this wave. However, Gu Fei's movements were too fast. He had seriously injured Wang Xuanfeng's physical body in the blink of an eye, and now he had forced Wang Xianfeng out of the cave residence and cut him in half. Gu Fei knew that it would be difficult to truly kill a void-controlling realm cultivator with this kind of method. Sure enough, after Wang Xianfeng was cut in half at the waist, a ray of light wrapped around a tiny person that was smaller than a fist and rushed out from the upper half of Wang Xuanfeng's corpse. A vast amount of magical power surged out from the small person's body. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a bright light illuminated the world. That was Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Dao nascent soul. The little person that was shrouded in light was like another Wang Xianfeng. After the little person rushed out from the corpse, he immediately wanted to rush into the sky, wanting to escape from the Taishan sect. However, at this time, it was already too late. Gu Fei leaped up and walked in the air, chasing after Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Dao nascent soul. The extreme speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even with the extremely fast escape technique of the Zifu Dao nascent soul, Gu Fei was still able to catch up. The distance between the two of them was rapidly shrinking. Die! Gu Fei roared angrily before opening his mouth and spitting out a dazzling ray of sword light. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the void and pierced through the little person that was escaping in front of him. Don't kill me! The little person turned pale with fright. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape. The sword light that Gu Fei spat out was the divine armament's essence energy that had been refined into his body. That sword light instantly caught up to Wang Xuanfeng's purple palace Dao nascent soul. No! Wang Xianfeng let out a loud roar, and then, the sword light that flew over from behind as if it had teleported, sliced his purple palace Dao nascent soul into 2 halves, directly causing Wang Xuanfeng's soul to scatter and his body and soul to be destroyed. Shua! 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 At this time, the streaks of light that rushed out from the spirit peaks of the other branches had only just arrived. They all saw the purple palace Dao nascent soul that Gu Fei had killed Wang Yuanji's granduncle. Junior brother Gu, what happened here? Why did you casually kill a peerless expert's purple palace Dao nascent soul? Daoist Xintian seemed to be a little displeased as he said, in the eyes of the righteous path, killing a peerless expert's purple palace Dao nascent soul was a taboo. Obviously, Gu Fei's actions tonight had already violated this taboo, so it was no wonder that Daoist Xintian was a little unhappy. Chapter 429. A sword hilt passed down from the Jade Spirit Peak was fused into Gu Fei's body. It was unknown what the mysterious sword hilt was made of, but even a divine weapon would not be able to damage it at all. After the sword hilt was absorbed into his body by Gu Fei's weapon refining technique, it turned into a divine weapon essence, which passed through Gu Fei's qi and blood day and night, nourishing the divine weapon essence with Gu Fei's vigorous qi and blood. Although it was only a sword hilt, it contained a broken weapon soul, which made the sword hilt a spiritual object. If one day it could reform the sword body and condense the weapon soul, this divine sword would be a treasure not inferior to the mountain and river cauldron. This kind of spiritual object that had already formed a weapon soul could be said to be an extreme weapon. It was a treasure refined by a supreme ancient power with a supreme secret method, and it had unimaginable terrifying power. Even the current Gu Fei could not activate the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world, and the divine weapon essence in his body could only exert an extremely limited power. However, if the divine weapon essence in Gu Fei's body was used to kill the nascent soul of Wang Xianfeng of the Wang family, it would be a small test. Wang Xuanfeng's body was destroyed by Gu Fei, but his nascent soul rushed out of the corpse, trying to escape. How could Gu Fei let him escape? He spat out sword aura, purple sword aura, like a purple bolt of lightning, caught up with Wang Xuanfeng's nascent soul in an instant and split it in half. The purple sword light turned in the void, then flew back to Gu Fei, and instantly disappeared into his body. The sword light formed by the essence of the divine weapon was very different from the flying swords refined by the Guangxing celestial sect using Dao techniques and dermic powers. The path of the sword immortal was a single sword. With one sword in hand, one could break through all techniques. And Gu Fei was just temporarily using the divine weapon essence in his body. He did not understand the mystery of the unity of man and sword, nor did he understand the art of flying sword. Greetings, sect leader senior brother. When Gu Fei saw Daoist Xintian and all the branch heads and elders, he was still unusually calm, as if nothing had happened. Daoist Kurong had accepted Gu Fei as an in-name disciple, so in terms of seniority, even Daoist Xintian, who was in charge of the Taishan sect, was Gu Fei's junior. Daoist Kurong could be said to be the person with the highest seniority in the Taishan sect. His demigod cultivation allowed him to step onto the path of longevity. If he did not encounter any powerful opponents, he could continue to live. Even now, there were not many people in the Taishan sect who truly knew about Daoist Kurong's past. A demigod was a high and mighty figure in a sect. A sect with a demigod overseeing it would continue to prosper as long as nothing unexpected happened. This was also the reason why the three major Dao sects valued the longevity grass so much. Among the three major Dao sects, there were many old monsters who were only a step away from the demigod realm. If they could extend their lifespan by 200 years, it was very likely that these old monsters would break through the shackles of cultivation, become demigods, and embark on the path of longevity. Junior brother Gu, what happened here? Daoist Xintian and a group of elders descended from the sky and walked toward Gu Fei. Everyone looked at Gu Fei with a somewhat unnatural expression. Just now, Gu Fei had spat out a sword light from his mouth and killed the nascent soul of a peerless master. This method seemed to be somewhat similar to the flying swords of the Guangqing celestial sect. How many secrets did Gu Fei have? No one knew. No one knew what kind of powerful martial arts techniques were recorded in the ancient martial scripture of the Jade Spirit Peak. In fact, everyone had already seen that although Gu Fei had spat out a sword light, it was not the flying sword technique of the Guangqing celestial sect. At this moment, Wang Yuanji, who was already scared out of his wits, felt that his legs were no longer his own. He wanted to escape, but his legs were nailed to the ground and no longer listened to him. Who is this? Why are you hiding? The head of the Shaoyang Peak, Daoist Chaoyang, was like a raging fire. He hated those despicable things the most. Before Gu Fei could answer, Daoist Chaoyang walked out. He took a step forward and grabbed Wang Yuanji with his right hand, who was standing in the distance. A powerful force was released from his right hand. That force instantly enveloped Wang Yuanji, and like an invisible hand, it pulled him into the air and flew toward Daoist Chaoyang. Wang Yuanji was instantly scared out of his wits. He wanted to struggle, but in front of Daoist Chaoyang, he was not much stronger than an ant. Daoist Chaoyang used his hand to suck Wang Yuanji, who was hundreds of meters away, over, and then smashed him heavily on the grassland in front of him. After being smashed by Daoist Chaoyang, Wang Yuanji immediately fainted. Suddenly, the head of the Great Void Peak, Yuxuzi, walked out from behind Daoist Xintian and waved his sleeve at Wang Yuanji's face. The cloth covering Wang Yuanji's face immediately flew away. How could it be him? When Yuxuzi saw Wang Yuanji's face, even he couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Yuanji was a disciple of the Great Void Peak. Junior brother Yuxuzi, this person seems to be a disciple of your faction. At this moment, Daoist Xintian also looked at Yuxuzi with a strange expression. Judging from the aura coming from Wang Yuanji's body, this person cultivated a cultivation method of the Great Void Peak. The other heads and elders also looked at Yuxuzi, wanting to hear what he had to say. This disciple was actually a disciple of the Great Void Peak. Could it be that Yuxuzi had reached out to the Green Spirit Peak? Senior brother sect leader, please allow me to take this evil creature back and interrogate him. I will definitely give everyone an explanation. Yuxuzi's face turned green. This? Daoist Xintian couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. He knew that this matter involved the Green Spirit Peak, which was a bit troublesome. Putting aside the relationship between Daoist Kurong and Gu Fei, Daoist Xintian had to temporarily appease Gu Fei for the longevity grass. When Gu Fei saw Daoist Xintian look at him, how could he not understand what was going on? He quickly said to Daoist Xintian, I will listen to senior brother sect leader. Good. Daoist Xintian nodded, then said to Yuxuzi, take this person back. He wasn't talking about the disciple, but the person. The elders of the Taishan sect were all old fellows. How could they not understand the meaning behind Daoist Xuantian's words? This disciple of the Great Void Peak had already been expelled from the Taishan sect. Yes, Thank you, Senior Brother Sect Leader. The head of the Great Void Peak, Yuxuzi, bowed to Daoist Shintian, then reached out, grabbed Wang Yuanji, and flew into the sky toward the Great Void Peak. It was really too embarrassing. A disciple of his own faction was wearing night clothes and had come to the Green Spirit Peak with outsiders. It was obvious what was going on. In the Taishan sect, there were many people who coveted the treasures of the Green Spirit Peak, but no one dared to go to the Green Spirit Peak with outsiders and steal the treasures. Yuxuzi's old face had been completely lost tonight. At this time, how could he still have the face to stay on the Green Spirit Peak? He grabbed Wang Yuanji and flew back to the Great Void Peak. Junior Brother Gu, I believe that Junior Brother Yuxuzi will give you and everyone a satisfactory explanation, Daoist Shintian said to Gu Fei. Thank you, Senior Brother Sect Leader. Gu Fei nodded to Daoist Shintian. Junior Brother Gu. Daoist Shintian wanted to say something but stopped. The group of old monsters behind him also pricked up their ears and became a little nervous. When Gu Fei saw these old monsters looking at him with burning eyes, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, Senior Brother Sect Leader, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Haha, Junior Brother Gu, when will you be able to contact that powerful monster? Daoist Shintian no longer hesitated and asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Gu Fei thought, so that's how it is. It seems that the longevity grass is really important to those old monsters in the sect. He had only just returned to the Taishan sect. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then said, if I want to contact that old turtle guy, it will be a little troublesome. I need to make some preparations. And the fastest is a few days, the latest is half a month. I will definitely invite that old turtle up the mountain. When Daoist Shintian and the others heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Daoist Shintian said, that's good. Then let's wait patiently. After that, Daoist Shintian and Gu Fei chatted for a while, then said goodbye to Gu Fei. More than a dozen rays of light shot up from Green Spirit Peak into the sky. All the old monsters returned to their own secluded cultivation places. After Gu Fei waited for everyone to leave, he turned around and walked into the cave dwelling. He began to tidy up the things scattered on the ground. After about half an hour, Gu Fei finished tidying up the cave dwelling. He went to the treasure room at the back of the cave dwelling. He saw that other than the outermost stone room where the miscellaneous items were stored, the doors of the other rooms were all closed. Obviously, Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao had only broken into two of the stone rooms that stored miscellaneous items. With Wang Yuanji and Qi Hao's cultivation level, it was difficult for them to break the doors of the other stone rooms and take away the things inside. The treasures of Green Spirit Peak were not stolen, so Gu Fei was a lot more relieved. Although those treasures were all Daoist treasures refined with Daoist magic and Gu Fei couldn't use them, they were left by the previous grandmasters of Green Spirit Peak. For Gu Fei, they were of great significance. After examining the treasure room at the back of the cave dwelling, Gu Fei returned to the hall of the cave dwelling. He then sat cross-legged on the praying mat, closed his eyes, and operated the mysterious technique to enter a state of cultivation. The two longevity grasses from the virtual sky world were in his inner world. The old turtle was just Gu Fei's cover. Gu Fei planned to hand over the two longevity grasses in 10 days to half a month. Others were anxious, but he was not. At this time, the Great Void Temple on the Great Void Peak was brightly lit as if it were daytime. The head of the sect, Yuxuzi, sat high up in the temple, and a group of people from the Great Void sect stood on both sides. Two people knelt in front of Yuxuzi's throne. One of them was Wang Yuanji, dressed in black, and the other was a dark-faced, middle-aged Taoist. Those who could stand in the Great Void Temple were all outstanding figures of the Taishan sect and the Great Void sect. Wang Yuanji, do you know your crime? Yuxuzi's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. From his voice, it could be heard that Yuxuzi, the head of the Great Void Peak, was really angry. Chapter 430. Destroy his cultivation and expel him from the Taishu sect. From now on, there will no longer be a person named Wang Yuanji in the Taishu sect. The authoritative voice of the first seat of the Taishu Peak, Yushuzi, rang out from the Taishu temple. Expelling him from the Taishu sect was equivalent to expelling him from the Taishan sect. The disciples of the Taishan 9 divisions had the authority to punish their own disciples. Outside the Taishu temple, the disciples of the Taishu sect who had gathered after hearing the commotion were all extremely shocked. Those who were on good terms with Wang Yuanji all turned pale, afraid that they would be implicated by Wang Yuanji, especially Qi Hao, who was mixed in with the crowd of disciples. His face was pale, and his body shook violently. He knew that something had happened to Wang Yuanji. He secretly rejoiced that he had not followed Wang Yuanji to Green Spirit Peak. Otherwise, his fate would not have been any better than Wang Yuanji's. Brother Wang, please don't betray me." Qi Hao's heart was already in turmoil. He broke out in cold sweat again and again. He prayed to God that Wang Yuanji would not betray him. Then, a shrill scream of despair rang out from the Taishu temple. At this time, more and more disciples gathered outside the temple. No one knew what had happened. What rule did Brother Wang Yuanji break? He's actually going to be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect? How would I know? I have always disliked the disciples of Wang Yuanji's clans. They are arrogant and domineering. They deserve this. He is finished. After all, they are from the same sect. Outside the temple, the disciples were whispering. Everyone tried their best to keep their voices down. After all, this was an important place of the Taishu Peak, the Taishu Temple. No disciple dared to make a ruckus outside. No one knew what mistake Wang Yuanji had made, but everyone knew that he had been destroyed and expelled. Wang Yuanji was completely finished. From now on, he would no longer exist in the world of cultivation. Soon, the closed door of the temple was opened from the inside. 2 disciples in green, one on the left and one on the right, came out carrying a person. The disciples gathered outside the main hall immediately made way for them. The person being carried by the 2 disciples in green was none other than Wang Yuanji. Everyone saw that Wang Yuanji was not in a sorry state. He had only fainted. However, the crowd could no longer feel Wang Yuanji's magic power fluctuation. A transcending mortality stage cultivator has already condensed a Dao core. The magic power in his body should be very vigorous and hard to conceal. However, not only did Wang Yuanji's body no longer have any waves of magical power, even the aura that a martial cultivator should have had completely disappeared. He seemed to have become an ordinary person who could not be any more ordinary. When the crowd saw Wang Yuanji's current state, they all had different expressions on their faces. Some were gloating, some were shaking their heads and sighing. Qi Hao, on the other hand, was terrified, and there were a few times when he almost couldn't help but flee. He didn't know if Wang Yuanji had already dragged him out. He was afraid that the disciples coming out of the main hall would come to capture him. He was terrified, but the disciples who came out of the hall didn't come forward to capture him. This made him heave a sigh of relief and put down the boulder in his heart. The 2 green-robed disciples carried the unconscious Wang Yuanji down the mountain. They chased him out of the sect and sent him out of the Supreme Profound sect that night. The disciples gathered outside the Taishan temple gradually dispersed. Everyone, except for Qi Hao, was guessing what Wang Yuanji had done to be able to destroy his cultivation and be expelled from the Taishan sect. Qi Hao turned around and was about to leave, but at this moment, a voice suddenly called out to him. Qi Hao's body suddenly shook, and he almost wanted to run away. But after all, he was a transcending mortality stage cultivator. He still had some self-control. Although he had an urge to run away, he didn't really put it into action. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and put on a smile. Then he turned around and saw a person striding out of the main hall towards him. "Haha, so it's Senior Brother Qin. What can I do for you?" When Qi Hao saw that the person who called out to him was Qin Daoyun, he felt even more nervous for no reason. His heart pounded like a drum. Qin Daoyun came before Qi Hao and then said in a low voice, "Junior Brother Qi, I know that you are very close to Wang Yuan. Do you know who Wang Yuanji has seen recently? I'm talking about people from the outside." This, Senior Brother Qin, although I am close to Senior Brother Wang Yuanji, I have been busy with cultivation recently. I don't know where Senior Brother Wang Yuanji is. Qi Hao replied. "Oh, I see. Then you can go." Qin Daoyun said to Qi Hao after thinking for a moment. "Senior Brother Qin, goodbye." Qi Hao said and then turned to leave. Qin Daoyun looked at Qi Hao's back thoughtfully. After Chi Hao's figure disappeared on the small path outside the main hall, Qin Daoyun turned around and walked into the main hall. The moonlight was like water, shrouding the mountains. The hazy moonlight seemed to spread a thin layer of gauze between heaven and earth. Under the moonlight, the 9 peaks of Taishan gave people a hazy and unreal feeling. After Chi Hao said goodbye to Qin Daoyun, he went to his residence. When he walked into the forest in front of his residence, a few people came out of the forest and stopped him. Those people motioned for Chi Hao to follow them. Chi Hao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he followed them. What did that guy Wang Yuanji do? In a hidden forest, there were 5 people standing, and such words came out of the forest. I don't know. Then, another voice came out of the forest. Chi Hao, you should know that this is not the answer I want to hear. A tall man in green clothes stared coldly at the person in front of him and said coldly. Under the gaze of the other person, Chi Hao could not help but lower his head. He did not dare to look directly at the tall man in green clothes in front of him. He seemed to be a little afraid of the man in green clothes. Chi Hao, you have to know that Wang Yuanji is finished. Dongfang Chun is not on the mountain. Among the younger generation of disciples of the aristocratic families, our young Master Long has the final say. You'd better be smart and tell us what you know. A thin young man standing next to Chi Hao said. I really don't know, Chi Hao said with a bitter face. It was not that he did not know, but he could not say it. If he did, he would be finished like Wang Yuanji. You really don't know? The young Master Long said in a deep voice. His eyes were like the cold stars in the night, shining brightly. His tall body exuded a strong sense of oppression. Young Master Long, please let me go. Chi Hao's tone sounded like he was begging. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Let's go. The young Master Long knew that he could not get any information out of Chi Hao. He could only lead a few people out of the forest. If I don't lie to you, who do I lie to? Chi Hao could not help but curse in his heart. Of course, even if he had eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard, he would never dare to say such words in front of the young Master Long. This was because he was very clear about the background of the young Master Long. The young Master Long could be said to be the 3rd most important person among the disciples of the aristocratic families in the Taishan sect. Among the disciples of the aristocratic families in the Taishan sect, the influence of the young Master Long was only weaker than that of Dongfang Qian and Wang Yuanji. However, if one were to compare the background of the family, even the Dongfang family could not compare to the Long family. However, in the Taishan sect, strength spoke louder. This young Master Long, because his cultivation was not as good as Dongfang Qian and Wang Yuanji, was the 3rd most important person. Of course, among the disciples of the aristocratic families, the young Master Long was the 3rd most important person. However, not to mention the entire Taishan sect, even among the disciples of the Taishan peak, this young Master Long was barely ranked among the younger generation of disciples. Chi Hao immediately left the dense forest and walked back to his residence. After the young Master Long, Chi Hao, and the others had left, a figure walked out from the depths of the forest. The moonlight shone on this person's face. This person was impressively Qin Daoyun. Qin Daoyun was a core disciple of the younger generation of the Taishan peak. He was the focus of the Taishan peak. This identity allowed him to have a standing position in the Taishan temple. He was able to find out what unforgivable crime Wang Yuanji had committed. However, Wang Yuanji was stubborn and refused to confess who his accomplice was. Thus, there was the scene of Qin Daoyun calling out to Chi Hao. Chi Hao, like Wang Yuanji, was also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Usually, the two of them were inseparable, and their relationship was extraordinary. Intuition told Qin Daoyun that this Chi Hao definitely knew something that others did not. Could it be that he really doesn't know anything? Qin Daoyun murmured. He pondered for a moment, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Then, he also left the dense forest. In the next few days, Gu Fei did not go out. He closed the door of the cave house and cultivated inside. Bursts of powerful yuan qi fluctuated in the cave house. The energy fluctuations were vast and mighty. Sensing the energy fluctuations coming from above Green Spirit Peak, the old monsters in the sect all turned their eyes to Green Spirit Peak. Some people speculated that Gu Fei was using a secret method to contact the powerful demon clan. No one would have thought that Gu Fei was actually cultivating under the eyes of these old monsters. Until the 10th day, outside Taishan Mountain, a group of uninvited guests came, completely breaking the peace in the Taishan sect. At noon, there were 20 or 30 bright beams of light, one after another, like divine rainbows, flying across the sky and landing outside the gate of the Taishan sect. The group of uninvited guests outside the gate seemed to be demonstrating their power. They did not hide the vast magical power fluctuations coming from their bodies at all. The elders of the Taishan sect were the first to be alarmed. Xinyuan Lycan of the Guangxing Celestial sect has come to visit the sect. A vast voice sounded from outside the mountain. In an instant, it spread throughout the area of hundreds of miles around the 9 peaks of Taishan, mighty between heaven and earth. Just as the voice was still echoing in the mountains, another voice, no weaker than the previous one, came from outside the gate. Lin Outsong of the Shangqing sect has come to visit the sect. Chapter 431. At noon, the masters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Celestial sect gathered outside the gate of the Taishan sect. The old monster of the Guangxing Celestial sect, Xianyuan, and the elder of the Shangqing sect, Lin Outsong, were communicating with each other. Although it was said that they had come to visit the mountain, they had the intention of demonstrating to the Taishan sect. The arrival of 20 or 30 peerless masters had indeed made the Taishan sect very nervous. Swish, swish, swish. Above the 9 peaks of Taishan, brilliant beams of light rushed out one after another. Waves of vast magical power surged between heaven and earth. Each beam of light was a peerless master. More than a dozen beams of light emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. They flew directly in the direction of the mountain gate, like a divine rainbow, crossing the sky. At this time, the entire Taishan sect was boiling. All the disciples stopped what they were doing and came out from all over Taishan Mountain. The words of Xinyuan and Lin Outsong spread throughout the entire Taishan Mountain. Every disciple of the Taishan sect above the 9 peaks heard them clearly. Dong, dong, dong. On Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks, a melodious bell rang out. The sound of the bell penetrated the void and had an unpredictable power. It ignored all barriers and spread throughout the entire mountain range of Taishan Mountain. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect, who had long been indifferent to the affairs of the world, were also alarmed by the sound of the bell. They all came out of their seclusion and then set up beams of light, heading toward Taishan Peak. The disciples of the 9 branches, after hearing the sound of the bell, also gathered toward Taishan Peak. The bell on Taishan Peak would only ring when something of great importance happened. It was a signal to summon all the disciples of the sect. When the disciples of the Taishan sect heard the bell, no matter what they were doing, they must immediately put down what they were doing and gather at Taishan Peak. The beams of light that rushed out from the 9 peaks of Taishan quickly came to the sky above the gate of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect lord, Taoist Xintian, led the other heads of the 8 branches, descending from the sky. Brother Xinyuan, Brother Lin, I hope you will forgive me for being late to welcome you. Taoist Xintian descended and led his junior brothers to greet Xinyuan, Lin Outsong, and the others who were gathered outside the mountain gate. The expressions of the 7 chiefs behind Taoist Xintian did not look so good. The people of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Celestial sect had clearly made an agreement beforehand to take the Taishan sect down a notch. Old monster Xinyuan wore a white robe and was a white-haired, cold-looking young man. The elder of Shangqing sect, standing next to old monster Xinyuan, was a middle-aged Taoist with 3 strands of black beard in front of his chest. He had a clear appearance. Whether it was old monster Xinyuan or Lin Outsong, both of them had started their careers earlier than Taoist Xintian, so no one felt that it was inappropriate for Taoist Xintian to refer to himself as little brother. After all, the world of cultivation was a place where strength was everything. Although Taoist Xintian was the sect master of the Taishan sect, his cultivation was still weaker than that of Xinyuan and Lin Outsong. Old monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong did not have much lifespan left. If they did not break through their current cultivation shackles, they would only have 10 or 20 more years to live. Taoist Xintian was well aware of how terrifying people who were at the end of their lifespans were. They were not afraid of death and could do whatever they wanted without any qualms. What kind of people were the most terrifying? People who were not afraid of death and had no qualms were the most terrifying. Fellow Taoist Xintian, I believe you know why we are here. Old Monster Xuanyuan's cold face revealed a faint smile as he looked at Taoist Xintian meaningfully. Taoist Xintian and the 7 chiefs stood inside the mountain gate. They did not walk out, but Old Monster Xinyuan, Lin Outsong, and the others were outside. The elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Celestial sect were separated from the experts of the Taishan sect by a white jade gateway. Why do you say that, Brother Xinyuan? How would I know why you are here? Taoist Xuantian's face was calm and did not reveal any emotion. Outside the mountain gate, the experts of the Guangxing Celestial sect and Shangqing sect heard this and immediately became a little restless. They all glared at Taoist Xintian and the others, seemingly very agitated. Lin Outsong, the elder of the Shangqing sect, sneered and stepped forward. He looked coldly at Taoist Xintian and said, Fellow Taoist Xintian, this is your fault. Since you have already found that person and brought him back to the Taishan sect, you did not inform us. Did you want to keep that thing for yourself? That's right. The Taishan sect has gone too far. What did they say about the 3 great Taoist sects being on the same side? It turns out that they were all **t. It looks like the alliance of the 3 great Taoist sects can no longer be maintained. The Taishan sect better explain this. Outside the White Jade Archway, the elders of the Guangxing Celestial sect and Shangqing sect were all very agitated. Some of them even directly criticized Taoist Xintian and the others. At this time, there were many beams of light in the sky behind Taoist Xintian. Some of the elders of the Taishan sect heard the bell ringing to summon the disciples, so they flew to the Taishan temple on Taishan Peak, while others came directly to the mountain gate. However, these elders were not willing to come out. They just stayed in the air and closely watched the mountain gate. If something really happened, they would immediately help Taoist Xintian and the others. The moment the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of the 9 peaks and 9 branches immediately gathered at Taishan Peak. From time to time, one could see rays of light shooting up from the surrounding spirit peaks and flying towards Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. What, at this time? Does Taoist Xintian still not open the protective array and let us in? Old Monster Xuanyuan's white hair moved even though there was no wind. Then, an extremely obscure but frightening sword chi emanated from his body. Taoist Xintian and the heads of the 7 branches couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Old Monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong were not easy to deal with, let alone the 20 or 30 masters of the Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Celestial sect. Old Monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong were both cultivators at the peak of the Royal Void Realm who had dominated the world for 700 or 800 years. Their cultivation was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the Royal Void Realm, because they were only one step away from the demigod realm. It could be said that Old Monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong were old monsters who already had one foot in the demigod realm. Senior brother, what do we do now? Taoist Zhaoyang transmitted his voice to Taoist Xintian. The other heads of the branches also transmitted their voices to Taoist Xuantian's ears. Taoist Xintian couldn't help but frown. What was going to happen was going to happen. Taoist Xintian knew very well that the news of Gu Fei's return couldn't be completely blocked. Each of the 3 great Taoist sects had planted informants in the other sections. Although the 3 great Taoist sects were on the same side, they had to be vigilant. This was not a secret in the 3 great Taoist sects. The people of the Guangxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect swore not to let it go today. Taoist Xintian pondered for a while, then waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Open the gate and welcome our honored guests." Taoist Xuantian's voice spread far and wide. Rumble. Then, there was a thunderous roar in the void. The white jade memorial outside the gate emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Space started to tremble as numerous ripples that were visible to the eye surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. After that, a door that seemed like a spatial door appeared beneath the memorial arch, and then a strand of strange energy surged out mightily from the white jade memorial arch. There seemed to be nothing in the void, but in fact, there was a great invisible force that kept Xianyuan out of the mountain gate. Otherwise, Xianyuan and Lin Outsong would have led the masters of their sects to Taishan Peak. Why would they gather outside the gate of the Taishan sect? The protective formation of the Taishan sect was one of the best in the Taoist sects. It was connected to the qi of the earth and the power of the stars. Even a demigod would have a hard time shaking it. Just as Taoist Shintian was welcoming the people of the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect into the Taishan sect, the door of the cave on Green Spirit Peak was slowly opening. The sound of the bell to summon the disciples had an unfathomable penetrating power. Even cultivators who were deep in meditation would wake up from their state of cultivation. Gu Fei was no exception. He was in the middle of comprehending the mysterious supreme imprint of the great path in his heart. He was in a half-awake state. The sound of the bell was like a morning bell. It awakened Gu Fei from his mysterious state of martial arts. Then, Gu Fei walked out of the cave. In the past 10 days, he had constantly tried to comprehend the supreme imprint of the great path in his heart. However, he did not know if it was because his cultivation level was not high enough, but it seemed that he could not truly touch the supreme imprint of the great path. Even so, Gu Fei had gained a lot in these 10 days. Although his cultivation level did not increase, his state of mind had improved. He felt as if he had been enlightened. His understanding of martial arts had deepened. When Gu Fei came out of the cave, he immediately felt that the atmosphere in the mountain seemed very strange. He saw that from time to time, there were lights flying back and forth between the various spiritual peaks. Countless disciples were gathering towards Taishan Peak. It seemed that something big had happened in the sect, and it was not an ordinary big thing. Otherwise, the divine bell would not have been rung to summon the disciples. Just as Gu Fei was about to rise into the air and fly towards Taishan Peak, suddenly, a bright light, like a divine rainbow, rose from Taishan Peak and flew towards him. Why would she come to Green Spirit Peak? Is it for the longevity grass again? Those elders in the sect finally can't wait any longer? Gu Fei thought to himself. Swish! There was a sound of breaking through the air. The light that flew out from Taishan Peak quickly came close. Gu Fei only felt that there was a flash of divine light in front of him. In the light, an old Taoist woman flew down from the air. Greetings, Senior Sister Qi. After seeing the person, Gu Fei hurriedly saluted. Oh, Junior Brother Gu need not be so polite. The light dissipated, and in the open space in front of Gu Fei, there appeared an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin. Calling an old Taoist woman as a senior sister, Gu Fei felt a little awkward and a little unnatural. Because of his cheap master, the elders in the sect were polite to him. This change made Gu Fei feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 432. Qi Daoist's arrival at this time surprised Gu Fei. After all, after the bell on Taishan Peak rang, the disciples of Taishan sect who heard the sound had to go to Taishan Temple and wait for the sect leader's orders. I don't know why Senior Sister Qi has come to my place. Gu Fei greeted her with a smile. He did not dare to neglect her. Qi Daoist was an elder of the Taishan sect. Gu Fei knew very well that the reason why the elders of the sect were polite to him and called him junior brother was because of Master Ku Rong. Master Ku Rong was the only demigod in the Taishan sect, and even in the entire 3 great Taoist sects. Demigods were often used as a deterrent in the world of cultivation. With the existence of demigods, the Taoist sects could have unlimited glory and did not have to worry about being destroyed or annexed by other great forces. Therefore, not to mention the Taishan sect, Taoist Ku Rong was also a transcendent existence in the entire Tao sect. Although Gu Fei was only a registered disciple of Taoist Ku Rong and was not considered a true disciple who had inherited his mantle, even so, Taoist Shintian and the other elders of the Taishan sect did not dare to neglect Gu Fei. If Master Ku Rong had not accepted Gu Fei as an unofficial disciple, why would the elders of the sect care about a junior who had just broken through to the royal void realm? It should be known that the elders of the sect had been famous for hundreds of years, and in the world of cultivation, they were also well-known experts. There were also 9 heavens in the imperial void realm. Those who were able to become elders in the sect were all terrifying experts in the 8th and ninth heavens of the Imperial Void Realm. These people, even among the peerless experts of the Imperial Void Realm, they were also the strongest group of people. Although Gu Fei's cultivation had completely stabilized and no longer fluctuated, his first level of the Royal Void Realm was nothing in the eyes of Taoist Xintian, Qi Taoist, and the others. Haha, junior brother Gu, I came to tell you that you don't need to go to Taishan Temple, Qi Taoist said. Gu Fei could not help but be startled when he heard that. The other party did not come for the longevity grass, which surprised him. Senior Sister Qi, what happened in the sect? Gu Fei was a little puzzled. The divine bell had been rung on Taishan Peak to summon the disciples, so something big must have happened in the sect. Hearing this, Madame Qi paused for a moment. Then, she said, the elders from the Guangchang sect and the Shangqing sect are here for a visit. We all know what their intentions are. They cannot do anything. The Guangchang Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect are here to pay a visit? Gu Fei was taken aback. No one should have known that his cheap master, Taoist Kurong, had brought him back to the Taishan sect. How could the Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect have come to him so quickly? What Gu Fei didn't know was that a lot of things could happen in 10 days. Dao Po Qi nodded, and then she said, you can cultivate behind closed doors on Green Spirit Peak. The sect leader and the other elders will take care of things outside. You don't have to worry. Dao Po Qi didn't seem to want to say more. She simply said a few words and told Gu Fei not to leave Green Spirit Peak easily. Then, she left. Gu Fei watched Dao Po Qi's light disappear from Taishan Peak, but his heart was unexpectedly calm. There were people in the sect who would take care of things, and he didn't have to worry about it. Since that was the case, he would cultivate on Green Spirit Peak. The people from the Guangchang Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect came to pay a visit only for the longevity grass. Would they really dare to make a move in the Taishan sect? The three great Taoist sects were on the same side. Everyone understood that old monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong were just putting on a show. Gu Fei pondered for a moment. After understanding the subtleties of the situation, he turned and walked into the cave residence, closing the door. At this time, of the 9 peaks of Taishan, only Green Spirit Peak was as cold and cheerless as it was in the past. The other 8 peaks were bustling, and the figures of Taishan disciples could be seen everywhere in the forest. The Guangchang Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect, to put it nicely, had come to pay a visit. To put it bluntly, they had come to question the Taishan sect. In any case, the Taishan sect's desire to take the longevity grass for themselves had angered the old monsters of the Guangchang Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect. In addition to the sect leader of the Guangchang Celestial sect and the leader of the Shangqing sect, the two sects could be said to have sent all the masters of their sects to Taishan sect. The leaders were Xianyuan of the Guangchang Celestial sect and Lin Outsong of the Shangqing sect. The seniority of these two people was higher than that of the sect leader of the Guangchang Celestial sect and the leader of the Shangqing sect. Their cultivation and strength were stronger, and they were the top figures of the two sections. Gu Fei returned to the cave residence and closed the door. He continued to sit cross-legged on the cattail hassock, continuing to comprehend the brand of the great path that had been imprinted in his heart. The path of martial arts was full of difficulties and obstacles, especially in this era of decline of martial arts. To be able to comprehend the great path of the predecessors would save one many detours. Although the great path of the predecessors was not necessarily his own path, different paths led to the same destination. The great path left behind by the supreme warriors was priceless to Gu Fei. If he could comprehend the great path, Gu Fei believed that even if he could not surpass the predecessors, his achievements would definitely not be any worse than those of the predecessors. Another 3 or 4 days passed, and surprisingly, no one came to disturb Gu Fei. Gu Fei also continued to cultivate in the cave residence. Inside the cave residence, there were many elixirs left by the ancestors of the Green Spirit Peak. Gu Fei did not care about the other elixirs, but there was one elixir that he liked the most. This elixir was very common, and it could be found in large quantities. This elixir could not increase Gu Fei's cultivation, nor could it increase his realm. This elixir only had one function, and that was if an ordinary person took one, that person would not need to eat or drink for 3 or 4 days. The pill of fasting was a type of elixir that almost any cultivator who knew a little about alchemy could refine. Gu Fei only took one pill of fasting, and during these 3 or 4 days, he did not need to eat or worry about food, so he could cultivate in the cave residence with peace of mind. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect did not appear at the Green Spirit Peak. Old Monster Xinyuan and Lin Outsong were in the Supreme Mystery Temple. It was unknown what kind of agreement they had with Taoist Xintian, but the masters of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect were staying at the Supreme Mystery Sect. The people of the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect were well-behaved and did not do anything that would embarrass the Supreme Mystery Sect. They seemed to have some misgivings, but it was more like they were waiting. The Supreme Mystery Sect returned to peace, and the disciples of the 9 branches returned to their respective cultivation areas to meditate on the true path of immortality. On the 5th day, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation. Then, he felt a familiar wave of spiritual power outside the door of the cave residence. Feeling this wave of spiritual power, Gu Fei could not help but have a strange expression on his face. "Why is she here?" he muttered to himself. Gu Fei stood up from the praying mat, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the cave residence. "Brother Gu, it's really you. Are you really back?" Before the door of the cave residence was fully opened, a voice full of surprise and excitement came from outside. "Sister Zhao." Of course, Gu Fei recognized this familiar voice. The person outside the door was Zhao Zairu, a female disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak of the Taishan 9 Peaks. Gu Fei did not have many friends in the Taishan sect, and Zhao Zairu was one of them. Moreover, when it came to Zhao Zairu, Gu Fei had a strange feeling that he could not explain. At first, Gu Fei did not know what this feeling was, but since he saw Li Mingyao again in the northern lands, he suddenly understood what this feeling was. It was liking someone was a really wonderful feeling. It was no wonder that since ancient times, there was a sage who said that one would only envy a mandarin duck, not an immortal. Gu Fei was a warrior, and he was very particular about freedom. He was not one of those cultivators who had a pure heart and few desires. He would not, and did not, bother to hide his temperament. "Brother Gu." Outside the entrance of the cave stood a woman in a light green dress. This woman was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her black hair casually draped over her shoulders. This woman was staring blankly at Gu Fei as he walked out of the cave residence. Her bright eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. "Sister Zhao, what's wrong?" Gu Fei saw that Zhao Zairu was about to cry, and he could not help but feel his heart tighten. He quickly asked, thinking that Sister Zhao could not have been wronged in some way. As soon as Gu Fei asked this question, a line of clear tears finally flowed from Zhao Zairu's bright eyes. Then, like a light breeze, she jumped into Gu Fei's arms. This sudden change caused Gu Fei's mind to go blank in an instant. He actually temporarily lost the ability to think. His nose smelled the faint fragrance on Zhao Zairu's body. Unknowingly, Gu Fei felt his heart beating faster and faster, becoming stronger and stronger. Thump, thump, thump. It was like the beating of a drum. Junior sister Zhao. Gu Fei was at a loss. He wanted to hug Zhao Zairu, but he was also a little afraid. He wanted to move away from her, but he was also a little unwilling. The warm and fragrant body in his arms caused ripples in Gu Fei's heart, giving him a wonderful feeling as if he was in a dream. Zhao Zairu was undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Although she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the demonic clan princess Yin Wushuang, she had a temperament that Yin Wushuang didn't have. Zhao Zairu was elegant and otherworldly, like a moon fairy who walked out of the moon palace. "Senior Marshal Brother Gu, I thought you were in the virtual sky world. I thought I would never see you again." At this time, Zhao Zairu revealed her true feelings. It turned out that unknowingly, Gu Fei's shadow had appeared in her heart. Moreover, this shadow seemed to be branded in her heart. No matter how hard Zhao Zairu tried, she couldn't erase it. She was a cultivator, and what she cultivated was Taoist power and spells. What she walked was the supreme immortal path. Although there were no rules in Taishan sect that forbade disciples from falling in love, cultivators paid particular attention to purity of heart and few desires, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. Although Zhao Ziru knew that if her desireless state of mind was disturbed, it would inevitably affect her cultivation, she was helpless. If one wasn't the supreme being, how could they forget their feelings? How could they stop loving? When she heard that Gu Fei was lost in the virtual sky world, Zhao Ziru was sad, in pain, and at a loss. However, in the end, she wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, turning her sadness into strength. Gu Fei's shadow was deeply buried in the depths of her heart. When she found out that Gu Fei didn't die and had already returned to Taishan sect, she was instantly stunned, and then she burst into tears. In the end, she cried loudly and walked down Purple Bamboo Peak that night, arriving in front of the cave on Green Spirit Peak. Seeing that the door was closed, she waited outside. She waited like this for 3 days and 3 nights. She didn't take a single step away, always hoping that the closed stone door in front of her would suddenly open, and then the person she thought about day and night would come out. Zhao Ziru imagined all kinds of scenes of meeting Gu Fei, but when she really saw Gu Fei, she still somewhat lost control and directly threw herself into Gu Fei's arms. In the distant sky, the 2 people hidden in the clouds were greatly surprised when they saw this scene. One of them, an old Taoist woman with white hair and wrinkled skin, sighed softly and said to the beautiful middle-aged Taoist nun beside her, "Little Yin, you taught a good disciple." "Grandmaster." When the middle-aged Taoist nun heard this, her expression suddenly changed, and her voice began to tremble. She was about to kneel to the old Taoist woman in the air. The old Taoist woman flicked her sleeve, and the middle-aged Taoist nun could no longer kneel. The old Taoist woman said, "All right, I'm not blaming you. I just hope that your good disciple doesn't fall into the same situation as us." When the middle-aged Taoist woman heard this, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stood to the side in fear. That brat Gu Fei, in the end, is still not bad. I hope that girl didn't choose the wrong person. Taoist Chi looked at the scene below and muttered to herself. When it came to relationships between men and women, she seemed to have experienced some unbearable past. As for the middle-aged Taoist nun, she was Zhao Ziru's master, the peerless expert of Purple Bamboo Peak, Yin Hengya. On Green Spirit Peak, in front of the Green Spirit Peak branches cave, Gu Fei had already reached out to hug Zhao Ziru. Suddenly, Gu Fei, who was intoxicated in this moment of warmth, looked up at the sky. This brat. Taoist Chi knew that Gu Fei seemed to have discovered them. She couldn't help but be startled. This fellow Gu Fei was truly a freak. He was actually able to discover her hiding in the clouds. It was no wonder that Taoist Chi was startled. It had to be known that the difference in cultivation between her and Gu Fei was a full 7 layers. According to reason, Gu Fei shouldn't have been able to sense her, but he had. Taoist Chi and Yin Hengyun didn't retreat just because Gu Fei had sensed them. Instead, they continued to hide in the clouds, watching over Gu Fei. That was their responsibility and mission. Gu Fei didn't pay them any attention. Instead, he held Zhao Ziru's hand, and the 2 of them walked down the mountain. Chapter 433. In the back mountains of the Taishan sect, there was a quiet and secluded place. There were trees, flowers, and birds chirping. Next to a gravel path, there was a boulder that was as tall as a person. On top of the boulder, a young man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. The young man's body was surrounded by spiritual energy. As he breathed, the spiritual energy that had gathered expanded and contracted, following a mysterious pattern and gathering toward the young man's dantian. The young man's name was Gu Fei, and he was a disciple of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. The Taishan sect was one of the 3 major sects on the Tenglong continent. It had a long history and was an ancient sect. Gu Fei was an orphan. When he was 8 years old, his master, Wan Xianqing, left the mountain to travel and brought him back to the Taishan sect to be accepted as a disciple. Although he was in the Tao sect, Gu Fei did not cultivate Tao techniques, but a technique called the ancient body refining technique. The ancient body refining technique, as the name suggested, was a technique that used one's own body as the foundation and went against the natural order of cultivation. The martial arts described in the technique were enough to make one's body sacred, and the ancient battle techniques could kill immortals and gods. However, once this ancient secret technique was cultivated, it was extremely difficult. Even if one did not succeed in cultivating it, they could no longer change to something else. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder with his eyes closed, operated the ancient body refining technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from all directions into his dantian and accumulating it. When the spiritual energy in the dantian was compressed and accumulated to a certain extent, it would be guided into the meridians of the body. The spiritual energy gathered, whether it was the essence of the surrounding plants or the essence of the sun and the moon floating in the void, Gu Fei did not reject any of it. He absorbed it into his dantian like rivers running into the sea. Vaguely, one could see a small stream of light, like a green silk, lingering around his body. As time went by, Gu Fei's dantian began to emit a seven-colored glow. It was the glow emitted by the highly condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Gathering qi, impacting, gathering qi, impacting. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak, waves of spiritual qi spread out from Gu Fei's body. As it cycled back and forth, streams of seven-colored spiritual qi surged from Gu Fei's dantian, like a river bursting through a dam, and impacted the meridians in his body that had not yet been opened. Every impact was like a 1,000-pound hammer ruthlessly bombarding Gu Fei's body. Every impact caused a trace of pain to appear on his face. Powerful spiritual energy rushed through his meridians, bringing with it a tearing pain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that erupted from his dantian was extremely violent, making his meridians feel as if they were being cut by countless sharp knives. He gritted his teeth and was sweating profusely. His hair was stuck to his face by the sweat, and his white shirt was soaked and stuck to his body. He was experiencing the second threshold of the ancient body refining technique, meridian opening. Meridian opening was to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condense it in the dantian, and then impact the aperture acupoints above the meridians, making the meridians unobstructed. In this way, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could flow along the meridians of the whole body to every inch of the muscles and every bone of the body, thus achieving the purpose of refining the muscles, bones, flesh, and blood, and making the body sublimate and transform. The ancient body refining technique was a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Without a rock-like willpower and unremitting bitter cultivation, it was impossible to even cross the first threshold of the qi gathering. There were countless cultivation systems in the Tanglong continent, but the realms of the world's cultivators could be divided into 5 major realms: self-awakening, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and saint. Each realm was further divided into 9 heavens, implying the meaning of the 9-5 supremacy. The ancient body refining technique had 4 checkpoints in the self-awakening realm. The first step was the qi gathering. Only by mastering the ability of qi gathering could Gu Fei proceed to the next step of the meridian opening. After the meridian opening was the tendon's transformation. After the tendon's transformation had reached the advanced level, it would enter the bone forging technique. The day when the bone forging technique reached the advanced level was the day when the body would transform. Once the transformation was successful, Gu Fei would be able to break through the shackles of cultivation and advance to the transcending mortality realm. The spiritual energy gathered is still not strong enough. Failure after failure brought a terrible pain like death by 1,000 cuts. Gu Fei bit the corner of his mouth and blood oozed out, but he still persisted. The human body has 12 main meridians. I have only opened 2 meridians. In addition to the 12 main meridians, there are still 8 extra meridians. When can I open all the meridians in my body and enter the tendon's transformation stage? The difficulty of cultivating the ancient body refining technique was really terrifying. Most of the people who cultivated this technique had an awesome name, but their cultivation progress was extremely slow. It seemed that there was only one ending, and that was, before they could succeed in cultivating the ancient body refining technique, these people had already died of old age. The morning cultivation time was about to end. Gu Fei sat the whole morning. Since 2 years ago, When he opened the second meridian, he had not made any progress. The wall of cultivation was like an insurmountable chasm that spanned across in front of him. Gu Fei was a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. His character was a bit like his master, Wan Xiancheng. They were both stubborn like a bull, the kind of person who would not turn back even after 100 setbacks. Fight! Gu Fei looked up at the sky. There was still enough time for him to break through one more meridian. Therefore, he gritted his teeth. His face showed a determined look, and his eyes were incomparably firm. Circulating the technique, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not yet dissipated around his body once again converged. In his dantian, a mass of spiritual energy was slowly rotating, absorbing the spiritual energy that gathered from all directions. A not weak fluctuation of yuan qi was emitted from his body, and various colors of starlight emerged in his dantian. This was the highly compressed heaven and earth spiritual energy, and it was the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had not undergone any transformation. The heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly converged in Gu Fei's dantian. Until Gu Fei felt a swelling pain in his dantian, he fiercely hardened his heart and desperately pushed the highly compressed spiritual energy in his dantian to the third meridian of the 12 standard meridians. The powerful and explosive spiritual energy surged rapidly in Gu Fei's meridians. It was like a torrential flood had suddenly gushed into a small stream. Wherever the spiritual energy passed through, his meridians would rapidly expand, almost bursting from the torrent. Boom! It was as if there was an explosion of thunder in Gu Fei's ears. The torrent that surged out from his dantian fiercely hit the wall of the meridians. Gu Fei's body shook violently. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he actually fell from the rock. Under the boulder, in the grass, Gu Fei lay on the ground facing the sky. The corner of his mouth was scarlet, and it was particularly eye-catching. He looked up at the sky, looking at the wisps of mist floating in the sky. Occasionally, a few spirit birds would fly across the sky. There was no discouragement in his eyes, no frustration, only a somewhat frightening determination. He slowly climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction of the mountain in front of him. On the mountain road in the back of the mountain, there were already scattered figures heading toward the front of the mountain. They were disciples of Taishien's sect, like him, who had come to the back of the mountain early to cultivate. Taishian Mountain towered into the clouds, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. There were many palaces that were faintly discernible on the mountain. The terrain was magnificent, and it was a rare spirit mountain holy land on the continent. The high-level cultivators all cultivated on the mountain, and young disciples like Gu Fei, who had been in the sect for less than 10 years and had low cultivation, could only cultivate at the foot of the mountain. I still haven't broken through. Gu Fei looked inside himself and found that the wall of the third meridian was only a little loose, but it was still far from breaking through. 8 years, and the ancient body refinement technique has only reached the meridian opening realm, but it has only awakened my third tier of cultivation. Sigh. Gu Fei laughed bitterly at himself. The disciples of the other branches, even Wang Yuanji, who has the lowest cultivation, has awakened my 5th tier of cultivation. Thinking of Wang Yuanji, who often caused trouble for him, Gu Fei's face showed a look of disgust. The disciples of the other branches cultivated Dao techniques and progressed at lightning speed. However, the cultivation technique that he cultivated progressed at a snail's pace. In the world of cultivation, only the strong were respected. Those with low cultivation would only become the target of bullying. Gu Fei tidied up his clothes and then followed the mountain path to the front of the mountain. On both sides of the quiet mountain path, unknown flowers were blooming. The faint smell of grass and the faint fragrance of flowers floated into Gu Fei's nose from time to time. Just now, when he failed to break through the meridian wall, Gu Fei's body had suffered a lot of impact, and injuries were inevitable. However, he did not take the injuries seriously at all, because after cultivating the ancient body refinement technique, his body's self-healing ability was amazing. When Gu Fei came to the front of the mountain, he met more and more disciples, but no one greeted him, as if they did not see him, or glanced at him with disdain and walked away. Gu Fei's face was expressionless, and his face was indifferent. Facing the disdainful eyes of some of the disciples, he was indifferent. "Io, isn't this our cultivation genius Gu Fei? No, it should be cultivation waste, huh?" Suddenly, a wanton laughter came from the front. On the small path in front of him, 3 youths wearing the same white robes and white belts walked towards him. The leader laughed, and the 2 young men behind him also laughed in a low voice. Seeing these 3 young men, Gu Fei's eyes flashed a look of disgust, and then he ignored the 3 young men and directly turned to the side of the path. This small path led to a pine forest. "Hey, useless junior brother, why are you walking so fast?" The 3 young men also laughed and followed Gu Fei on the path. On the path, there were 7 or 8 other young disciples. However, when these disciples saw the 3 young men who laughed at Gu Fei, their footsteps could not help but speed up a little, as if they wanted to force the 3 young men away. "Who are you calling waste?" Gu Fei suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and roared at the 3 youths. This roar of his drew the gazes of the nearby fellow disciples over. What's wrong with saying you are waste? Not only are you waste, but your master is also waste. Humph. What ancient body refining technique? What sage body? It is just a garbage, thrown on the ground and no one will pick it up, but you two master and disciple treat garbage as treasure. Your head is really kicked by a donkey, stupid to the extreme. The leading young man was suddenly shouted at by Gu Fei, and was stunned for a moment, but immediately like a machine gun, he pointed at Gu Fei's nose and cursed. "Hey, Wang Yuanji, don't go too far." Gu Fei's fists were tightly clenched, because he used too much force. Every knuckle on his fist turned white, and the anger in his chest suddenly erupted like a volcano. Chapter 434. Runes began to surge from her body and danced around her. Each rune emitted a powerful energy wave. Furthermore, each rune was not a tangible object, but a glowing rune formed from the condensation of Tao energy. These glowing runes were even more terrifying than the tangible Tao talismans. Tangible and tangible objects could be destroyed, but intangible and intangible objects could be destroyed at will. As long as Lin Shui's Tao energy was not destroyed, these glowing runes could not be destroyed. Gu Fei allowed Lin Shui to increase her cultivation. He was not in a hurry to make his move. He wanted to defeat Lin Shui in her strongest state. Only then would he be able to deal a heavy blow to her. Lin Shui seemed to be unlocking the layers of seals on her body. It was as if a primordial beast was sealed within her body, as a vast amount of energy surged out from her body. Rumble. A strange sound similar to muffled thunder could be heard from within Lin Shui's body. Gu Fei's expression gradually turned solemn. He could feel the ground beneath his feet trembling. Imperial Void Realm? Gu Fei stared in shock at Lin Shui, who was surrounded by glowing runes and her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. He could feel that Lin Shui's aura was still increasing. Her cultivation base was showing signs of breaking through the transcending mortality realm and entering the Imperial Void Realm. The energy fluctuations emitted from Lin Shui's body were as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The runes surrounding her body were all emitting a dazzling spiritual light, showing signs of materializing. A part of the heavens and earth shook. The powerful aura caused Zhao Ziru to retreat again and again. Lin Shui's strength was simply too strong. The terrifying aura she emitted was too much for her to handle. As for Gu Fei, he was like an ancient godly mountain, standing unmoving in the midst of the energy storm. The vast and mighty energy waves could not move him at all. In the end, Lin Shui's body burst forth with a resplendent glow. Within her body, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. It was as though she had broken some sort of seal. In that instant, all of her power erupted forth like a volcano. At this moment, Lin Shui's strength had reached its peak. Countless runes danced around her, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered towards her. The dazzling light gradually faded away, and Lin Shui looked like a goddess of war. Her entire body was surrounded by lightning like spiritual light, and countless runes appeared and disappeared on her body. You shouldn't have let me raise my cultivation to the extreme. Lin Shuer slowly rose up from the ground. Her battle intent was like a rainbow, and runes appeared around her body and even in her eyes. She coldly looked down at Gu Fei and did not attack immediately. She used the talisman to communicate with the heaven and earth, condensing the great momentum of the heaven and earth. With such a cultivation level, even an ordinary void-resisting realm cultivator would not be a match for her. Peerless master? Zhao Ziru, who had retreated a distance away, was shocked to the extreme when she saw Lin Shuer flying up from the ground. She could not believe that Lin Shuer's cultivation had actually reached such a terrifying level. One should know that when Lin Shuer and her uncle Master Ding Yangzi came to the Taishan sect to join the sect, her cultivation level was already one of the best among the younger generation, and even Dongfang Chun was not a match for her. However, it had only been a few years. In just a few short years, how could Lin Shuer's cultivation level increase so quickly? Could it be that she was like Brother Gu and had some sort of fortuitous encounter? Zhao Ziru was extremely shocked, and she could not believe what she was seeing. I will defeat you when you are at your strongest. Only then will you be convinced. Gu Fei laughed coldly, and then he also flew up from the ground. His body did not emit any energy waves, and just like that, he rose into the air. Not a single trace of his strength leaked out, and all of it was sealed within his body. Shameless boasting. Lin Shuer glared at him, and then directly attacked Gu Fei. However, she saw her right hand grab forward, and countless runes condensed in her hand. The essence of heaven and earth was guided by the runes, and the vast power of the runes instantly condensed into the shadow of a green dragon, and it pounced at Gu Fei, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Gu Fei also extended his right hand, and then lightly pressed forward. Bang! With a sound, the ferocious green dragon seemed to suddenly crash into a transparent wall. The dragon head that was condensed from the power of the runes instantly collapsed, and the countless runes disappeared into the void. Lin Shuer and Gu Fei flew backward at the same time. The two of them seemed to be testing each other, and it seemed that neither of them had gained any advantage. Gu Fei could not help but reevaluate Lin Shuer, who was opposite him. It was really hard to imagine that among the younger generation of cultivators, there was actually someone like him whose cultivation level had reached the Imperial Void Realm. It should be known that ordinary cultivators, even if they cultivated for decades, or even centuries, might not be able to become a peerless expert. Gu Fei thought to himself, it seems that there are still geniuses in the world of cultivation. At least, this Lin Shuer was a genius in the world of cultivation. Swoosh! Like a divine rainbow piercing through the void, Lin Shuer seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly approaching Gu Fei, and at the same time, countless runes rushed out from her body. Tens of thousands of runes danced in the air, guiding the power of heaven and earth from all directions. A green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall, and a white tiger that was the size of a small mountain, condensed in the void. Roar! Roar! The green dragon and the white tiger roared at the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken away, as if real divine beasts had descended between heaven and earth. The sky and earth shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The roars of the green dragon and the white tiger were earth-shattering, reverberating through the mountains, and could be clearly heard from hundreds of miles away from Green Spirit Peak. The disciples of the other branches were momentarily alarmed, and all of them walked out of their cultivation grounds in surprise. In an instant, the eyes of all the disciples of the Taishan sect were focused on the silent, deserted Green Spirit Peak. Good. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but cheer. He could already see that Lin Shuer had used the power of runes to mobilize the power of heaven and earth to condense the green dragon and white tiger. The green dragon and white tiger were originally divine beasts raised by heaven and earth. The green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth still had some of the power of divine beasts. The sounds of birds and beasts in Taishan Mountain immediately disappeared. After all the animals felt the aura of the green dragon and white tiger, they all trembled in fear. The green dragon that was hundreds of meters tall and the white tiger that was the size of a small mountain roared and rushed towards Gu Fei. The terrifying power shook the void, and the whole world trembled. The power of the ancient divine beasts made people's hearts tremble. Just the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth using the power of runes was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real green dragon and white tiger were. As for how strong the green dragon and white tiger were, that was not what Gu Fei was concerned about at the moment. Now, he only had one goal, and that was to defeat Lin Shuer. Gu Fei did not retreat. He just punched forward. It seemed like a casual punch, but the void in front of the fist was twisted. The powerful fist force directly shook the void. Bam! There was a loud sound, and in the void, there were visible ripples. The invisible fist force directly blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the power of heaven and earth. On the path of martial arts, one's physical body was sanctified, and one's strength was the righteous path. No matter how powerful the magical technique was, one would only need one punch to break it. It was not empty words to say that martial arts could break all magical techniques. After the invisible fist force blocked the green dragon and white tiger that were rushing towards him, Gu Fei did not withdraw his fist. Instead, he continued to shake it. Boom! There was a sound. An endless golden light suddenly exploded from his fist. Like a golden wave, it swept forward. Roar! Roar! The azure dragon and white tiger that were condensed from the might of the heavens and the earth only had the time to let out a roar before they were instantly swallowed by the golden light that swept over. After that, they collapsed within the golden waves that emitted terrifying fluctuations. With just one punch, Gu Fei had only used one punch to break Lin Shuer's magical technique. Even though Lin Shuer had used the power of heaven and earth for her own use, greatly increasing her strength, she was still unable to block Gu Fei's punch. Endless runes were destroyed by Gu Fei's golden fist force. Lin Shuer suffered a great impact and was directly thrown hundreds of feet away. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. After 10 days of enlightenment, although Gu Fei did not really come into contact with the mark of the great path that was branded in his heart, he still understood many mysteries of martial arts. The 10 days of effort did not go to waste. A simple form of the golden element fist had unleashed an unprecedented power. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised. With the great path being simple, Gu Fei had a deeper understanding of martial arts. The simpler the move and the simpler the attack, it was usually more effective and more powerful than complicated techniques. As Gu Fei was sending Lin Shuer flying, a few angry roars were heard from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voices and saw a few rays of light flying towards him from afar. The 5 young cultivators arrived at the front on streaks of light. When Gu Fei saw the 5 young cultivators, his pupils contracted. These 5 young cultivators all had a cultivation base of the 7th or 8th heaven of the ascended realm. The one with the highest cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the ascended realm. It's a friendly match. How could you kill each other? How dare you injure our junior sister? You maniac! Brother Gu, you've crossed the line. The 5 young cultivators were all experts among the younger generation of the Shangqing sect, each of them possessing a strength that allowed them to look down on their peers. However, they did not dare to be too presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Although the 5 young cultivators were scolding Gu Fei, none of them dared to attack Gu Fei. They were not idiots. They clearly knew the difference between them and Gu Fei. Making a move against Gu Fei would only bring disgrace upon himself. The last young cultivator to criticize Gu Fei was a familiar face. Gu Fei was very familiar with this person. He was the eldest senior brother of the High Clarity sect's younger generation. Even if he did not want to know him, it would be impossible for him to not know him. Lin Xian was the strongest among the 5 young cultivators, with a cultivation base at the peak of the 9th heaven of the ascended realm. Even among the younger generation of the 3 top Taoism, there were not many who could rival him. Chapter 435. The younger disciples of the Shangqing sect were all impressive. Lin Xian, who was at the 9th level of the ascended realm, was someone that not many in the younger generation of the 3 main Taoist sects could be his opponent. However, in front of Gu Fei, Lin Xian was nothing. Compared to Gu Fei, Lin Xian was as weak as a newborn baby. For an expert of the Imperial Void Realm, killing a cultivator of the Ascended Realm could be said to be a piece of cake. Cultivators of the Ascended Realm could only fly in the sky with the help of treasures. Lin Xian and the other 5 geniuses of the Shangqing sect had talismans beneath their feet as they hovered in the sky. These 5 geniuses of the Shangqing sect rushed out the moment they saw Lin Shuer being knocked back by Gu Fei. They seemed to be very worried about Lin Shuer. Needless to say, these 5 fellas were interested in Lin Shuer or wanted to woo her. Therefore, when they saw that the beauty was injured, they immediately rushed out to scold Gu Fei. Go back to where you came from. Gu Fei stood in the sky like a god of war. Though Lin Xian and the others were considered the best of the younger generation, Gu Fei did not care about them. The endless battle intent from Gu Fei's body made Lin Xian and the others feel extremely pressured. It was as if a giant rock was pressing down on their chests. Brother Gu, you are far too arrogant. Lin Xian snapped. Gu Fei's disdain deeply hurt him. No matter what, he was still the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Shangqing sect. So what if I am arrogant? Gu Fei snickered coldly as his cold gaze swept across Lin Xian and the others. He did not care about the weak. The cultivation world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Only the strong could be respected. Gu Fei's eerily cold gaze caused the hearts of Lin Xian and the others to palpitate. At this moment, they recalled that the other party was a peerless expert of the Void Imperial Realm, and he definitely had the qualifications to be arrogant. Lin Xian's forehead could not help but be covered in cold sweat. Lin Xian, who asked you to be a busybody? Get out of here. I don't need you to interfere in my affairs. Lin Shuer had already caught her breath. She immediately shouted at Lin Xian and the others when she saw them. Little junior sister. Lin Xian still wanted to say something. Scram. Get lost. Get lost. All of you. Get lost. Lin Shuer's face was flushed red. She was too ashamed to show her face. These senior brothers had really embarrassed her. Lin Shuer was truly enraged. It was one thing if she couldn't beat them, but now she had to ask Lin Xian and the others to stand up for them. Wasn't that just making them a laughing stock? If you don't get lost, I'll beat you up too. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others were still hesitating, Lin Shuer frowned. Her spiritual energy exploded and was about to explode. All right, let's scram. Let's scram. Lin Xian and the others seemed to be very afraid that Lin Shuer would get angry. They hurriedly stepped on talisman lights and retreated into the distance. Haha, look at their cowardly faces. So these are the disciples of the Shangqing sect. Laughter came from around the green spiritual peak. At this time, many disciples of the Taishan sect had arrived and witnessed this scene. Lin Xian and the other 4 most talented disciples of the Shangqing sect heard the mockery coming from all around them and felt their faces heat up. They were too ashamed to show their faces and wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and hide inside it. This was not the Shangqing sect, where they could not do as they pleased. They were guests of the Taishan sect, and every word they said represented the face of the Shangqing sect. This time, it was too embarrassing. Lin Xian and the other 5 most talented disciples of the Shangqing sect who had just woken up from their stupor were filled with regret. They shouldn't have been so impulsive. Now, not only did they lose face, even the elders of the Shangqing sect who were watching everything from the shadows felt ashamed as well. It was not a coincidence that Lin Shuer went to the green spiritual peak to challenge Gu Fei. Without the tacit approval of the elders of the Shangqing sect and Taoist Xintian of the Taishan sect, how could Lin Shuer dare to go to the green spiritual peak and challenge Gu Fei? Among the younger disciples of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect, only Lin Shuer's cultivation had broken through to the void-controlling realm. The cultivation of the others were all at the transcending mortality realm. In other words, among the younger disciples of the 3 major Taoist sects, only Lin Shuer had the ability to challenge Gu Fei. Lin Shuer challenging Gu Fei was not without reason. The elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing celestial sect still wanted to teach the Taishan sect a lesson. The elders could not make a move, but there were no restrictions on the battle between the younger generation. Although it was called a spar, everyone knew what it was. You 5 evil creatures, when you return, Go to the back of the mountain and reflect on your misdeeds for 10 years. An extremely majestic voice sounded in the ears of Lin Xian and the others. An elder of the Shangqing sect spoke to them telepathically. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard this. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell from the sky. They quickly steadied themselves and responded in a low voice. 10 years. Lin Xian and the others could not help but feel their hearts bleed. The back of the mountain was not a place for people to stay. They would have to face the wall there for 10 years. Just thinking about it made them shudder. Lin Xian and the others hated Gu Fei. If it were not for him, they would not have been punished to the back of the mountain for 10 years. The battle between Lin Xuer and Gu Fei did not end because of Lin Xian and the others. The two stood in the sky, separated by only 200 feet. Everyone looked at the two people in the sky. This was a battle between the younger generation of the three major Taoist sects. This was no longer a matter between Gu Fei and Lin Xuer. The outcome of this battle would affect the reputation of the Shangqing sect and the Taishan sect. At the Taishan Peak, on top of the steps outside the Taishan Temple, stood no less than 20 or 30 cultivators. They were either wearing robes or were dressed like commoners. Among this group of cultivators, there were old Taoists with white hair, toothless and hairless old women, young men and women, and burly middle-aged men and women. There were 3 people standing in front of the crowd. One of them was Taoist Xintian, who wore a Taoist crown and a Taoist robe and had a sage-like demeanor. As for the other 2, one of them was a white-haired young man with a cold face and eyes that were like cold stars. The other was a middle-aged Taoist who was also wearing a Taoist robe. Brother Lin, the disciples of the Shangqing sect live up to their reputation. Xintian Taoist smiled at the middle-aged Taoist next to him. Some of the elders behind Xintian Taoist chuckled at this. Others' faces turned ugly. Everyone could tell that Xintian Taoist was mocking the Shangqing sect. Oomph! Lin Outsong snorted. He did not say anything, but his eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible coldness. Xintian Taoist, the battle is not over yet. I hope you can have the last laugh. Xinyuan Taoist said indifferently. His eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss as he stared straight ahead. From the top of the steps of the Taishan Temple, one could see everything that was happening below the Green Spirit Peak. These people were extremely powerful, and their eyes could see through the void. 100 or 200 miles was nothing to them. Oomph! If you knew what Gu Fei was cultivating, you would not have sent Lin Xuer to challenge him. Xintian Taoist said confidently. I have long heard that the disciples of the Green Spirit Peak of the Taishan sect are all strange. They want to become saints with their physical bodies, but it is difficult for them to succeed. Is this Gu Fei a rare genius? Has he cultivated the legendary supreme physical body? Lin Outsong asked. The Buddhists have the Vajra real body, and the Taoists have the Daluo body. They are both supreme techniques for cultivating the physical body, but what Gu Fei cultivates is not one of them. Xinyan Taoist said. Of the Green Spirit Peak, only the disciples of the Green Spirit Peak knew what it was. Outsiders only knew that the Green Spirit Peak wanted to cultivate the Daluo body and become a saint with their physical bodies. Even in the Taishan sect, only a few people knew that the Green Spirit Peak cultivated the ancient martial arts that had long been lost. Although they also walked the path of becoming saints with their physical bodies, the Vajra real body of the Buddhism and the Daluo body of the Taoists were completely different. The Vajra real body of the Buddhism was a Buddha body. It could become an Arhat or a Bodhisattva. It was a class of immortals and Buddhas. The Daluo body of the Taoists, on the other hand, was an immortal body. The undying martial body was more difficult to cultivate than the Vajra real body and the Daluo body. However, its power was much stronger than the Vajra real body and the Daluo body. The undying martial body could exist forever. Even if the spiritual soul was destroyed, the physical body would still be immortal between heaven and earth. This was the undying martial body of a warrior. Isn't it the most difficult to cultivate the Daluo body of the Taoists? Could it be? Xinyuan Old Monster could not help but change his expression. The Taishan sect, the Green Spirit Peak, could it be? Lin Outsong's expression also became a little ugly. He faintly felt a little uneasy. The elders of the three great Taoist sects were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. Some had even lived for thousands of years. They were experienced and knowledgeable, and some of them had already guessed at a certain possibility from Taoist Xintian and the others' words. Has the ancient martial arts reappeared in the world? The true martial arts have been lost. How could it be? I heard that when the true demons were born, the figures of the extreme path of warriors appeared in the north, the elders discussed in low voices. They were all extremely shocked. The martial arts had been lost. This was an indisputable fact. However, if Gu Fei did not cultivate the Daluo body, then there was only one possibility. He had obtained the inheritance of the martial arts. He cultivates the martial arts, not the immortal path, Xintian Taoist said. He looked indifferently at the two people who were facing each other on the green spirit peak. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. His words shocked all the old monsters present. They knew very well how frightening a martial artist who had cultivated to a certain level was. The warriors recorded in the ancient books were all terrifying experts who could crack the earth with a step and shatter the sky with a raise of their hand. Their powerful physical bodies made them unafraid of all magic treasures, Taoist techniques, and magical powers. They were synonymous with invincibility. Preposterous. Lin Outsong cursed in a low voice. His expression changed greatly. He knew that he wanted to teach the Taishan sect a lesson, but he had been tricked by Xintian Taoist. If Gu Fei had really obtained the inheritance of the martial arts, then Lin Shuer would be in danger. Chapter 436. Below the jade-spirited peak. In the air above the bamboo forest, Lin Shuer stared at Gu Fei with a complicated expression. Her expression changed several times, sometimes angry, sometimes confused, sometimes, in the end, she revealed a tinge of shyness. Thousands of talismans danced around her figure. Her hair danced despite the absence of wind, and her emerald dress fluttered in the wind, setting Lin Shuer off like a fairy of the heavens and earth. Every young cultivator who witnessed the scene was stunned by Lin Shuer's performance. However, Gu Fei was not in the mood to care about this. He, who had entered the state of battle, only had one goal: to defeat his opponent. Regardless of whether she was a fairy or a goddess, in Gu Fei's eyes, she was only an opponent that he had to completely conquer. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and he pressed forward with an indomitable will. This was Gu Fei's current state of mind. You, Lin Shuer said hesitantly. She did not attack Gu Fei. Are you the person from that night? Lin Shuer hesitated to speak. She clenched her teeth and asked the question in the end. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Fei was instantly shocked. However, his expression remained calm, and he pretended that nothing had happened. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. This girl still recognized me after all. Gu Fei couldn't help but recall the scene of him meeting Lin Shuer for the first time. Under the bright moon, by the side of the icy jade pool, that incomparably alluring scene of a fairy emerging from the water. Gu Fei's expression couldn't help but become slightly sluggish. It really is you. Your punch just now. Lin Shuer seemed to be very excited. Her delicate little face was flushed red, making her look extremely adorable. It was unclear whether she was feeling shy because of the alluring scene from that night, or because she was burning with anger. Either way, when Gu Fei saw Lin Shuer's expression, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was in trouble. On the night he met Lin Shuer, Gu Fei had destroyed Lin Shuer's Dao talisman technique with a punch. It was obvious that Lin Shuer had recognized the person from that night from Gu Fei's punch. It was Gu Fei. Even though it had been a few years since the incident and Gu Fei's aura had changed a lot, Lin Shuer still remembered the punch from that night. The memory of Gu Fei breaking her talisman technique with one punch was still fresh in her mind. Even if Lin Shuer couldn't recognize Gu Fei, she could recognize Gu Fei's punch. I don't know what you were talking about. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't stupid enough to admit that he was the one who saw her bathing in the icy azure lake that night. Gu Fei was playing dumb. Lin Shuer was extremely intelligent. How could she not tell that Gu Fei was playing dumb? She said fiercely, very well. Today we will settle that muddled account. With that said, boom. thousands of runes abruptly surged out from Lin Shuer's body and shot out in all directions. The void within a radius of several hundred meters was immediately enveloped by countless runes that emitted dazzling divine light. Runes trap in all directions? Lin Shuer cried out loudly. The thousands of runes were immediately activated. The mysterious runes attracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and formed a talisman formation in an instant. Gu Fei was shocked. The glowing runes contained Taoist force, but their target wasn't him. Instead, they had set up a talisman formation to trap him. The void within a few hundred meters was completely enveloped by thousands of runes. Within this talisman formation, one could see countless runes emitting a dazzling divine light. Using her body to nurture the runes, using the runes to protect herself, Lin Shuer displayed her terrifying combat power. She was the runes, and the runes were her. Using the runes to form a formation, she attracted the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and condensed the power of heaven and earth. The runes were everywhere. Gu Fei was shocked to discover that he seemed to have fallen into a world of runes. The void that was enveloped by the talisman formation seemed to have formed a world of its own. If you beg for mercy now, perhaps I will spare you some physical pain. Lin Shuer's icy voice rang out from the void. As soon as the talisman formation was activated, Lin Shuer's figure completely disappeared from Gu Fei's sight. Gu Fei realized that he could no longer track Lin Shuer's location. Lin Shuer seemed to be everywhere. The entire talisman formation was filled with her aura. She was in the dark, while Gu Fei was in the light. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Cut the crap. Bring it on if you have the ability, Gu Fei said in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he scanned his surroundings. However, he still couldn't track Lin Shuer's location. Lin Shuer seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. Lin Shuer seemed to be everywhere. Every inch of space was filled with her aura and her power. However, it was difficult to truly track her figure and to truly track her existence. A faint purple flame mark began to appear between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The soul mark began to communicate with the inner world and activate the second source of power, controlling the talisman formation to gather the power of heaven and earth. Good. On the steps in front of the Taishan Temple at Taishan Peak, old monster Xinyuan could not help but cheer when he saw Lin Shuer display the technique of the talisman formation. You flatter me, Lin Outsong said with a smile. Lin Shuer was his direct descendant. If Lin Shuer defeated the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Taishan sect, he would also be proud. No matter how strong Gu Fei is, it will be difficult for him to fight against heaven and earth. He will lose without a doubt. An elder of the Shangqing sect behind Lin Outsong said, Although that little girl has activated the power of heaven and earth, it is difficult to say how much of it she can use. Gu Fei may not lose. Behind Taoist Xintian, another elder of the Taishan sect refuted. The peerless masters of the Imperial Void Realm could comprehend the world. They could use all kinds of secret techniques to activate the power of heaven and earth and increase their combat ability. The method that the Shangqing sect used to gather the power of heaven and earth was the talisman. However, what Gu Fei cultivated was the ancient martial way. It was a supreme method to prove one's path through strength. Even if it was the power of heaven and earth, as long as it was strong enough, he could shatter it with one punch and ignore all obstacles. It was not a lie to say that martial arts could destroy all magical powers, and it was certainly not a legend. Then we will ride on the donkey and read the script. Just wait and see. The elder of the Shangqing sect said without showing any weakness. The words between the two elders of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect were full of the smell of gunpowder. However, the two of them did not do anything extreme. It was just that they did not agree with each other. As for Taoist Xintian, he had a smile on his face as he watched the battle in front of him. He did not make a sound. It was as if he did not hear the quarrel behind him. At this time, Gu Fei, who was trapped in the talisman formation, also began to feel that something was wrong. This talisman formation seemed to have a great power that made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. An endless stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered and merged into the talisman formation. It formed thousands of talisman characters that emitted a blinding divine light. Even in the daytime, it still lit up the sky. Rumble. The void under the cover of the talisman formation began to shake. Gu Fei felt a terrifying power rapidly condensing. This power was strong enough to make his heart tremble. Rumble. There was a loud noise. The thunder and fire were vast and mighty. Thunderbolts filled the sky. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down from beside Gu Fei. There seemed to be a burning smell coming from the void. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. He could already tell that the bolt of lightning that had struck him was sky thunder condensed from the power of heaven and earth. It was not the power of a magical technique. The so-called sky thunder was the lightning produced by the power of heaven and earth. It was not the lightning of a magical technique, but the pure power of heaven and earth. Whoosh! A gust of astral wind suddenly appeared without warning, rushing toward Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt a faint pain in his flesh. He could barely open his eyes, and his long hair danced wildly behind him. The astral wind was like a knife cutting through flesh. Rip, rip. The clothes on Gu Fei's body were torn into two pieces. What kind of wind is this? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the astral wind did not last for long. It disappeared in a few breaths' time. However, when this astral wind blew on his body, Gu Fei actually felt a faint pain in his flesh that was blown by the wind. He could not help but feel a little shocked. One must know that ever since Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the Imperial Void Realm, his martial body was extremely strong. Even the magical treasures refined by the peerless masters of the Imperial Void Realm would not be able to hurt him in the slightest. However, a gust of astral wind that came from nowhere made him feel pain. This talisman array was not simple. It definitely had unimaginable power. Endless talismans sealed the sky and trapped the earth. Gu Fei was in the middle of the array. He felt a great pressure, as if the whole world was collapsing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coming down from the sky. He quickly looked up. It was not a big deal, but it gave him a big fright. Unbeknownst to him, a monstrous fire had appeared in the sky above his head. That fire was sweeping towards him in an overwhelming manner. Lightning, astral wind, raging fire. Gu Fei's expression became extremely grave. Just as the terrifyingly high temperature, which caused the air to distort, was about to burn his body, Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps in an attempt to charge out of the fiery clouds descending from the sky. However, as he moved, he felt that something was wrong. He felt as if he was trapped in a swamp. There was a force in the surrounding void that was binding him, preventing him from moving in the void. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His body emitted a dazzling 5-colored aura that protected his body. The fire that descended from the sky immediately drowned him in the sea of fire. The divine fire burned the sky and boiled the sea. Even the void was burning and twisted. Gu Fei was in the middle of the sea of fire. Although his protective astral energy blocked the divine fire, the terrifying heat still passed in. He felt unbearably hot and sweated profusely. It was as if all the water in his body was about to evaporate. The talisman array was operating, triggering the forces of heaven and earth. It evolved into various forces of heaven and earth that attacked Gu Fei. After the fire, there was a flood. Endless water vapor condensed into transparent water blades that slashed towards Gu Fei. After the water blades attacked, the temperature of heaven and earth dropped rapidly. Then, in the area that was covered by the talisman array, snowflakes began to fall. The terrifying cold seemed to even freeze the void. However, it still could not hurt Gu Fei at all. Gu Fei was not afraid of the various forces of heaven and earth. Like a martial god, he stood between heaven and earth. Even the forces of heaven and earth could not shake him. Good, good, good. Lin Shui's cold voice echoed in the surroundings. Endless runes formed into a talisman array and changed again. In the void, 108 dazzling stars appeared. The 108 stars emitted a terrifying energy. Like 108 mountains, they pressed down on Gu Fei's heart. This was the most direct manifestation of the forces of heaven and earth. Rumble. The stars were falling. The sky and earth were collapsing. 108 stars seemed to have triggered the forces of the universe. It was as if the sky and earth were collapsing. Thousands of runes emitted a dazzling light that had never been seen before. A destructive force surged. 108 stars fell towards Gu Fei. Lin Shui attacked with all her might, intending to thoroughly defeat Gu Fei. However, after unleashing such a powerful attack, even Lin Shui found it difficult to completely control this terrifying force. After unleashing her ultimate move, it was difficult to retract it. If Gu Fei could not stop the stars from falling, he would be completely crushed by the falling stars. Seeing this, even old monster Xinyuan, Lin Outsong, Taoist Xintian, and the other powerhouses could not help but change their expressions. If Gu Fei was killed, then they would completely offend the Supreme Mystery Sect. Moreover, Gu Fei seemed to be on good terms with the demon. If the demon pursued this matter, the entire Shangqing sect would be in endless trouble. Whoosh! Lin Outsong's figure disappeared from the steps outside the Supreme Mystery Temple. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the talisman array 100 miles away. Boom! At this moment, the entire talisman array shook. 108 dazzling stars exploded. Endless power transformed into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. Countless talisman inscriptions were collapsing. The power of the heavens and the earth quickly disappeared. The talisman array that Lin Shui had set up with her great power was collapsing from the inside. At this moment, within the talisman array that had not completely collapsed, another terrifying wave of energy was emitted. A dazzling 5-colored light shot out from the talisman array, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens and the earth, illuminating the world. Rumble! The heavens and the earth were shaking. The entire space was shaking. A giant 5-colored palm of light shot out from the talisman array and imprinted itself on the vast sky. Lin Outsong was so shocked that he had to retreat. The 5-colored palm of light split apart the thousands of talisman inscriptions and shot into the sky. In the end, it grew larger and larger until it was hundreds of meters wide. It was as if it was going to cover the heavens and the earth. It was as if it was going to cover the entire sky and hold it in its hands. Everyone who witnessed this scene had their mouths wide open in shock. They could not believe what they were seeing was real. The giant 5-colored palm of light emitted an enormous amount of pressure. Terrifying vibrations rattled the entire sky above the capital and dyed the sky with a layer of 5 colors. A slender figure flew out from the rune array that had completely collapsed. When Lin Outsong saw the figure, he was shocked. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled the person who had flown out from the array over to him. Roar! The Shangqing sect's techniques are just so. After a furious shout, Gu Fei, like an undefeatable god of war, rushed out from the energy storm. Chapter 437. Lin Shui used the talisman array to trigger the power of the heavens and earth, summoning 108 stars. She aimed at Gu Fei with the force of the falling stars. She was staking it all on this one attack to completely defeat Gu Fei. 108 stars fell with an earth-shattering force that shook the heavens and earth. It was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Shui was able to draw upon the forces of heaven and earth for her own use, allowing her battle prowess to skyrocket. Gu Fei was able to do the same as well. After 10 days of comprehension, his comprehension of martial arts had deepened to the next level. With just a lift of his hand, he was able to shake the void and draw upon the spiritual qi of the area. Different from Dao techniques, where qi from the heavens and earth entered the body and exited the body to form a terrifying combat skill, Gu Fei used his body as a medium to summon the power of the heavens and earth, displaying a terrifying combat skill. With one palm, he broke through Lin Shui's talisman array. What an arrogant kid! Lin Outsong lowered his head and saw that Lin Shui, who was in his arms, had fainted. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her emerald green shirt was stained with blood. It was obvious that her injuries were not light. Lin Outsong couldn't help but fly into a rage. His right hand directly pressed down on the insufferably arrogant Gu Fei without the slightest bit of anger. Rumble. With this simple press, the space in front of Lin Outsong's palm began to vibrate. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. A vast amount of magical power surged in front of his palm, like layers upon layers of energy waves, rushing towards Gu Fei. With a casual press, it directly shook the heaven and earth. An old monster at the peak of the ninth heaven of the royal void realm was really terrifying. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair danced in the wind. He could feel the danger. The qi in his body surged violently. He used his own strength to summon the power of the heavens and earth. An endless amount of qi from the heavens and earth gathered toward him. Both of his hands drew a mysterious path, absorbing the qi of the heavens and earth. An illusionary figure of a mountain appeared above his head, then it charged toward the terrifying energy that was rushing toward him. Rumble! The endless qi of the heavens and earth formed a giant illusionary figure, emitting terrifying vibrations as it pressed forward with unstoppable force. Bam! The shadow of the mountains collided with Lin Outsong's palm force and instantly collapsed in the void. Gu Fei suffered a great impact and was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? A voice rang out. Taoist Xintian flew over angrily. Humph! Lin Outsong had wanted to teach Gu Fei a lesson, but Taoist Xintian and old monster Xinyuan had arrived, so it wasn't appropriate for him to attack Gu Fei. At the same time, he was shocked that the ancient martial path was truly powerful. His attack hadn't even managed to injure Gu Fei. He carried the unconscious Lin Shui'er and flew directly to Taishan Peak. Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of feet away by Lin Outsong's seemingly casual attack. He was extremely shocked, as if he had been struck by a 10,000 catty hammer. He felt a surge of energy drilling into his body, trying to penetrate it. This middle-aged Taoist seemed to be very powerful. If it was an ordinary person, this attack would have left internal injuries in their body. It might not be a problem for a while, but after a long time, the internal injuries would act up, and it would be very troublesome. However, Gu Fei's body was extremely strong. His flesh, internal organs, and bones were all refined like refined gold. He was simply a human-shaped spirit treasure. Lin Outsong wanted to ambush Gu Fei, but he couldn't do so. The hidden force that entered Gu Fei's body was forcefully withstood by Gu Fei's powerful physical body. Swoosh! Taoist Xintian appeared beside Gu Fei and looked him up and down, then said, "Junior brother Gu, do you feel any discomfort?" Lin Outsong wanted to plot against Gu Fei. How sharp was Taoist Xuantian's gaze? How could he not see it? Taoist Xintian was afraid that Gu Fei had suffered internal injuries and did not know it, so he asked. Gu Fei was startled when he heard this, but then he knew why Taoist Xintian asked this. Lin Outsong's attack just now seemed strange. A hidden force had penetrated his body, but it was dissolved by the extremely vigorous Yuan Qi in his body. He was not injured at all. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, senior brother," Gu Fei said. He could see that Taoist Xintian really cared about him and was not acting like the others. "That's good. You should go back to your cave abode to cultivate," Taoist Xintian said to Gu Fei. Now that the masters of the three great Taoist sects had gathered in Taishan, there was only one goal, and that was the longevity grass. No one wanted to see any accidents happen at this critical juncture. Gu Fei's safety was number one. Whether they could obtain the longevity grass or not, Gu Fei was the key. "Yes," Gu Fei replied, then flew into the air toward Zhao Ziru in the distance. Zhao Ziru was anxiously waiting for Gu Fei. The battle just now had been thrilling, and Zhao Ziru had been frightened for a long time. Fortunately, Gu Fei had not been defeated by Lin Shui'er. After this battle, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the three great Taoist sects. Everyone knew that a young master had appeared in the Green Spirit Peak, a peerless master. Those who had once looked down on Gu Fei, who had once asserted that Gu Fei would be like his master, Wan Xianqing, who had achieved nothing, found it difficult to improve his cultivation, and finally died of depression, were now shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei, who was a cultivation waste and whose cultivation was at the bottom among his peers, had become the #1 master of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Even among the younger generation of disciples of the entire Taoist sects, He was probably an invincible existence. Gu Fei had used his powerful cultivation and terrifying battle skills to prove to everyone that he was not a waste. He was more talented than those so-called geniuses. Gu Fei's achievements had really given those who had looked down on him a loud slap in the face. The Green Spirit Peak had finally produced a peerless master of the void-controlling realm. This was something that had never happened in the Green Spirit Peak for hundreds of years. The hope of the declining Green Spirit Peak had once again appeared on Gu Fei. The elders of the other 8 sects could already predict that in a few decades, or even 100 years, the Green Spirit Peak would perhaps rise again and reappear in its former glory. Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru returned to the cave residence. The disciples of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle nearby also dispersed, but there were a few people who did not leave. Instead, they walked up to the Green Spirit Peak. Li Lingfeng, as the eldest disciple of the younger generation of the sect leader, could barely be considered a friend of Gu Fei. The handsome man, Ziyu, was also a friend of Gu Fei's in the sect. When the crowd dispersed, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and Qin Daoyun passed through the bamboo forest together, following the inconspicuous mountain path, heading up the Green Spirit Peak. Qin Daoyun had specifically come on behalf of the Taishan sect to thank Gu Fei and to inform Gu Fei of the punishment of the traitor Wang Yun. As for Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, they purely came to find Gu Fei for a gathering. Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Ziyu. When you see Senior Brother Gu later, please introduce him, Qin Daoyun said. He was not familiar with Gu Fei and had only seen him a few times. In the Taishan sect, Gu Fei was famous for being a cultivation maniac. Any spare time was used by him to cultivate. Before he obtained the yin-yang fish jade pendant, Gu Fei's cultivation was the lowest among the younger generation of the Taishan 9 sects. No one was willing to pay attention to this fellow sect member whose cultivation was at the bottom. And in the Green Spirit Peak, when it came to Gu Fei's generation, there was only one disciple. His master, Wan Xianqing, only accepted him as a disciple. In the huge Green Spirit Peak, there were only the 2 of them. Therefore, it could be said that in the Taishan sect, Gu Fei had no friends at all. Other than Zhao Ziru, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu, the only people he could talk to were Dongfang Qin, Wang Yuanji, and a few others. But now, it was different. Gu Fei's cultivation had already broken through to the void-controlling realm, and because of the longevity grass and the fact that Taoist Ku Rong had accepted him as a disciple, Gu Fei had become popular in the Taishan sect. Not to mention the disciples of the younger generation of the other branches, even the elders of the sect would fight to get to know Gu Fei and be on good terms with him. Some people even had the idea of letting the children of their families enter the Green Spirit Peak. However, not everyone had the opportunity to be on good terms with Gu Fei. Qin Daoyun had this opportunity. He wanted to seize this opportunity to make the Great Void Peak and Gu Fei reconcile. After all, the actions of the traitor Wang Yuanji had caused the relationship between the Great Void Peak and the Green Spirit Peak to fall to the bottom. This made the old monsters of the Great Void Peak very uneasy. When Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others arrived at the Green Spirit Peak, they just happened to see Zhao Ziru walking out of the cave. Junior sister Zhao. Li Lingfeng smiled and greeted her. Ziyu and Qin Daoyun followed closely behind Li Lingfeng. They all knew that Zhao Ziru and Gu Fei's relationship was not shallow. Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Ziyu, Senior Brother Qin, are you here to look for Senior Brother Gu? As soon as Zhao Ziru saw them, she said such words. Haha, we just want to meet up with Junior Brother Gu. Li Lingfeng directly stated the purpose of his visit. He and Gu Fei could be considered to be gentlemen's acquaintance. Coming to pay a visit was nothing. Qin Daoyun and Ziyu both looked at Zhao Ziru. When Zhao Ziru heard that, she couldn't help but frown, and then said, Senior brothers, you came at the wrong time. Because of the battle with the experts of the High Clarity sect, Senior Brother Gu is currently circulating his qi and adjusting his breathing to recover his exhausted vitality. Is that so? Then we'll wait outside. Li Lingfeng said. He didn't feel surprised because he had also witnessed the soul-stirring battle earlier. Then, Senior brothers, I'll take my leave. Zhao Ziru nodded at Li Lingfeng and the others, and then walked down the mountain and left the Green Spirit Peak. After seeing Zhao Ziru leave, Ziyu said, Junior sister Zhao has already left. Looks like junior brother Gu is really circulating his qi and adjusting his breathing to recover his vitality in the cave. Are we really going to wait here? Of course we have to wait. Even if we have to climb for a few days and nights, it's still worth it to us. Li Lingfeng looked at the tightly shut stone door, and his gaze became incomparably deep, and his tone was incomparably firm. Chapter 438. At this time, the door of the dwelling had already been closed. In fact, even if the door had not been closed, Li Lingfeng and the others would not have dared to directly enter. It should be known that within the Taishan sect, whether in the open or in the dark, who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at Green Spirit Peak? Li Lingfeng and the others did not dare to act rashly. Ziyu suddenly seemed to have thought of something, then said to Li Lingfeng and Qin Daoyun, "Did you guys notice that there seemed to be a strange fragrance on junior sister Zhao's body? A very special fragrance." A special fragrance? I didn't smell it? Could it be that you're referring to that virgin fragrance? Qin Daoyun looked at Ziyu with a somewhat strange expression. F***ck your virgin fragrance. Ziyu glared at Qin Daoyun in annoyance. This fragrance seems to carry an infinite amount of vitality. Ziyu cultivated the wood elemental art, so she was especially sensitive to the aura of plant essence that was filled with vitality. Unlimited vitality? Could it be? That's impossible. Li Lingfeng and Qin Daoyun could not help but be shocked. They immediately thought of something. However, this kind of thing would definitely not appear on Zhao Ziru's body. The only analysis was that there was such a thing in the dwelling, and Zhao Ziru had been contaminated with the aura of that thing in the dwelling. The three of them looked at each other, then nodded and turned to go down the mountain. They had to immediately report this news to their elders. This news was too important. It should be known that the experts of the three great Taoist sects had all gathered at the Taishan sect for that thing. After Li Lingfeng and the others left, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the dwelling. The person who had come was the wrinkled, white-haired, and wrinkled Taoist Qi. The longevity grass is inside? Taoist Qi's cloudy old eyes were now as bright as cold stars. They were no longer cloudy, and her face, which was covered with wrinkles that looked like ravines, revealed an incomparably excited expression. Taoist Qi really wanted to directly break open the stone door of the dwelling and rush in, but in the end, she restrained herself. It was very clear that the conversation between Li Lingfeng and Ziyu had been heard by her. Let's wait a bit. If we make a mistake and offend Gu Fei, it would not be good. Daopo Qi mumbled to herself. Then, she turned around and left. Why is it that the older I get, the more impulsive I become? Daopo Qi's figure disappeared into the forest in the east. Of course, she didn't go far. She only lingered nearby, monitoring the movements of the cave. Apart from Daopo Qi, there were two other figures that appeared on the Green Spirit Peak from time to time. Other than Taoist Qi of the Taishan sect, the other two people who appeared at the Green Spirit Peak should be the elders of the Shangqing sect and the Guangqing Immortal sect. Even though the Guangqing Celestial sect, the Shangqing sect, and the Taishan sect had made some sort of agreement, this matter was still related to the rise and fall of the three main Taoist houses. They could not be careless. Other than the elders of the Taishan sect, there were also experts from the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect on Green Spirit Peak. Actually, Gu Fei had been placed under house arrest by the old freaks of the three great Taoist sects and was being closely monitored. Even if he wanted to leave now, those old freaks wouldn't let him. For the next 2 days, Gu Fei cultivated in the cave. He didn't take a single step out of the cave. However, even though he was immersed in his cultivation, he could still sense an extremely obscure aura coming from outside the cave from time to time. Gu Fei knew that there were powerful cultivators lingering outside the cave. There was no need to ask. Those people were definitely at the level of the old freaks of the three great Taoist houses. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with those people outside the cave. He focused on cultivating in the cave. He didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He was immersed in the mysterious martial realm and didn't care about anything else. Ever since he broke through to the void-controlling realm, Gu Fei's divine sense had become several times stronger. The powerful divine sense formed a soul fire seal, which was branded in the middle of Gu Fei's skull. Divine sense was the manifestation of a powerful soul. The soul fire seal in the skull was the mark of life. It was directly connected to the sea of knowledge in the Niwen Palace. After the soul fire seal, there was a sea of divine sense. It was the place where the soul resided. It was a world, and Gu Fei's inner world was located in that world. The world was as big as one's imagination was. This saying wasn't wrong. The world in the Niwen Palace was very big. It was so big that it hid endless mysteries. Even after forming the soul fire seal, Gu Fei's divine sense still couldn't take shape. Taking shape was a method of soul attack. It required a powerful divine sense as a backing. If the divine sense could take shape, it would be the legendary external incarnation divine ability. Martial artists were different from Taoist cultivators. Taoist cultivators cultivated their primordial spirit. Their spirit and soul fused together to achieve the supreme immortal Tao. Their corporeal body was just a stinky bag. However, martial artists cultivated their soul directly, which was the source of life. Martial artists who cultivated successfully didn't have a primordial spirit or a nascent soul. Their corporeal body and soul were perfectly combined. Their whole body was the primordial spirit, and their whole body was the Tao body. If a martial artist's soul was strong enough, their divine sense could come out of their body and turn into all kinds of vague and illusory objects. They could even turn into another self with a mind of their own. This was the external incarnation of a martial artist. It was very different from the external incarnation of a Taoist cultivator. This was another self formed by the divine sense, which had the same mind as the original self. When one's cultivation reached that level, even if they were smashed into pieces, as long as there was a drop of blood or a piece of flesh left, they could be reborn. They were immortal and indestructible. This was the supreme immortal body. In order to kill a martial artist who had a glimpse of the supreme immortal body, special methods had to be used. Only a powerful extreme Tao cultivator could do it. Even a powerful extreme Tao cultivator would be in great danger if they met such a martial artist. It was still unknown who would be the one to kill who. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he hadn't even cultivated the indestructible martial body yet. However, after the transformation of his body, he possessed the ability to regenerate his flesh and blood. Life was like a treasure trove. As his fleshly body continued to transform, Gu Fei had unlocked yet another treasure trove of his fleshly body. The recovery and regeneration of his fleshly body gave Gu Fei an almost immortal body, allowing him to gain the upper hand when fighting others. Immortality was relative. Even immortals and gods would fall one day. Right now, Gu Fei was merely a void-controlling realm martial artist. He could be considered to have just stepped onto the supreme immortal body. In the eyes of others, a void-controlling realm martial artist might be very powerful and could dominate those of the same level. However, in reality, Gu Fei had only just entered the path of martial arts. The supreme immortal body of martial arts was broad and profound. The mark of the great path that was imprinted in his heart was something that Gu Fei was not even qualified to touch. He could only sense a trace of the great path that the mark of the great path emitted. Even so, he had already benefited a lot. 3 days had passed since the battle between Gu Fei and Lin Shuer. The Taishan sect had gradually returned to its former tranquility. However, news of the battle spread very quickly. In the past 3 days, not only had it spread throughout the 3 great Taoist sects, but it had also become a topic of discussion among the cultivators. It had also spread to the rest of the cultivation world. Many people and forces already knew that an extraordinary genius had appeared in the green spirit peak of the Taishan sect. That genius was named Gu Fei. The people of the Dongfang family and the Beitang family, of course, also knew about this matter. Some people in the 2 families began to feel uneasy. They did not want to see Gu Fei truly become powerful. Some people in the Dongfang family and the Beitang family felt threatened. The speed at which Gu Fei grew was too shocking. In just a few years, Gu Fei's cultivation had reached a level that others could reach in decades, or even centuries. What did this mean? In addition to showing that Gu Fei was a monster, it also showed that this monster was actually a genius among geniuses. Only such an analysis could make sense. The Dongfang family was a super cultivation force in the eastern region of the Tanglong continent. The reason why it was called a super cultivation force was because this family had a long history. It had once had an incomparably glorious history in the eastern region. In the Dongfang family, there had once been an amazing and peerless figure who had dominated the eastern region for thousands of years. No one knew what had happened to that peerless figure. However, the peerless figure who had pushed the Dongfang family to its peak had already disappeared for thousands of years. No one knew whether that peerless figure was still alive, and no one knew what had happened to the Dongfang family. This was an ancient family. Even before the appearance of the three great Tao sects, this family was already a powerful force in the eastern region. The appearance of that peerless figure made the Dongfang family dominate the eastern region even more. However, with the rise of the Tao sects, this ancient family in the eastern region began to gradually decline. The disappearance of that peerless figure was the direct cause of the decline of the Dongfang family. Now, although the Dongfang family still stood tall in the world of cultivation, it was far from what it had been in the past. The eastern region of the Tanglong continent was very big. The 10,000 miles of territory of the Qi kingdom only occupied a very small part of it. However, it had to be said that only the region known as the Central Plains by the people of the secular world was the most flourishing region in the Tanglong continent. The Central Plains was just the name given to the region inhabited by humans in the secular world. In fact, the so-called Central Plains of the secular world was just a drop in the ocean of the Tanglong continent. In the eastern region, there were spiritual lands that were like fairyland. There were terrifying swamps that were shrouded in black fog. There were barren lands where not even a blade of grass grew. In the depths of the eastern region, there were even ancient ruins. In the eyes of cultivators, the Tanglong continent was vast and boundless. From the east to the east, there was no end. From the south to the south, there was no end. From the north, there was no end. From the west, there was no end. To the south of the southern wasteland, there was the 10,000 Great Mountain. To the north of the northern region, there was the Devil's Land. To the east of the eastern region, it was incomparably complicated. No one dared to go deep into it. Of the four great creatures of the Tanglong continent, two were in the eastern region. If one were to ask which part of the Tanglong continent was the most terrifying and dangerous place, any cultivator who had some understanding would definitely say that it was the four great creatures. The region was limitless. No one could say for sure what kind of unknown world there was in the Tanglong continent, because no one who had entered the depths of it had ever come out alive. Because it was unknown, everything was terrifying. It was difficult for even immortals to enter and guess what was inside. Although the eastern region was complicated and had all kinds of secrets, there were also spiritual lands that were rarely seen in the Tanglong continent. The place where the Taishan sect was located was a rare spiritual land. The 9 peaks of Taishan seemed to have formed some kind of natural force that could automatically gather the spirit qi of the world. Above the 9 peaks, waterfalls and flowing springs dotted the area. White clouds lingered around, making it seem like a fairyland. The place where the Dongfang family was located was not any worse than the Taishan sect. However, the area where the Dongfang family was located was beyond the territory of the Qi kingdom. The Dongfang family was located in a spiritual mountain somewhere in the eastern region. It was a place that was rarely visited by people, and a matrix had been set up. If one was not a disciple of the Dongfang family, it would be difficult to enter the Dongfang family. In the endless territory of the eastern region, there was a spiritual land. In the spiritual land, there were many spiritual peaks, and a thin mist lingered. Waterfalls and flowing springs could be seen everywhere. Pavilions and towers were hidden between the mountains and rivers. It was like a fairyland on earth. Halfway up one of the spiritual peaks, there was a spiritual spring that looked like a pearl. Mist lingered above the spring, as if there was a layer of spiritual mist floating in the air. Several small waterfalls, like jade ribbons, poured down from the spiritual peaks. The sound of gurgling water lingered in the mountains. Next to the spiritual spring, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there were 2 people sitting. One of them was a tall, middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. The other person sitting opposite the middle-aged man was a black-haired young man with a sword hanging from his waist. This black-haired young man's body was surging with an extremely obscure and overbearing sword qi. However, the sword hanging from his waist was somewhat different. The scabbard was engraved with talismans, and those talismans seemed to have a layer of light flowing through them. It seemed that the talismans on the scabbard were used to seal the overbearing sword chi emitted by the treasured sword. Even so, the extremely sharp and overbearing sword chi still emitted from the scabbard. The talismans on the scabbard were still unable to completely seal the sword chi. The setting sun shone in the west, covering this spiritual land with a layer of golden gauze. In the sky above the spiritual spring, there seemed to be a five-colored rainbow across it. The two people in the pavilion were boiling a pot of tea and slowly tasting it. From time to time, spiritual birds would jump on the lotus leaves in the spiritual spring, letting out crisp and melodious chirps. "Uncle, that Gufei is growing too fast. In the future, this Gufei will definitely become a great threat to our Dongfang family." The black-haired young man with the sword hanging from his waist said to the middle-aged man opposite him with a face full of worry. "Nephew, when have you ever seen anyone who goes against our Dongfang family have a good ending?" The middle-aged man said indifferently. Then, he took a sip of the green tea that emitted bursts of fragrance. "Good tea. What's more, the tea brewed from our Dongfang family's spiritual spring is the best. It's full of spiritual qi. Drinking it makes my whole body feel comfortable." The middle-aged man's face was calm as he enjoyed tasting the tea. It was really hard to imagine that a rough-looking man would have such an elegant hobby. "Uncle, are we just going to watch that Gufei grow and do nothing?" Dongfang Long was a little anxious. He clearly did not have the willpower of his uncle. The middle-aged man was the eldest Dongfang brother who had teamed up with Beitang Yu and the others to hunt down Gufei in the north. When the eldest Dongfang brother heard this, he raised his head and looked at Dongfang Long. Then, he sighed and said, "Nephew, although your talent is not inferior to your brother Dongfang Chun, your temperament is not as good as his." Chapter 439. Under the setting sun, at the foot of a picturesque spiritual peak in the Dongfang family, the eldest Dongfang and Dongfang Long were sitting in a pavilion, sipping tea and talking. "My temperament is not as good as second brother?" After Dongfang Long heard the eldest Dongfang point out that his temperament was not as good as Dongfang Chin's, he couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced. He had entered the Saber Emperor's bloodline and cultivated the tyrannical way of the saber. His current cultivation was only one step away from the void-controlling realm. In terms of aptitude, Dongfang Long was also considered a genius in the Dongfang family. At his age, he had cultivated to the peak of the ninth heaven of the transcending realm. This kind of cultivation was enough to compete with some of the older generation experts. Geniuses were outstanding talents. They had already shown their extraordinary abilities when they were young. This was even more true on the path of cultivation. As long as one practiced great magical powers, the vast majority of people had already surpassed their peers when they were young, and it was difficult for them to meet their match. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, people paid special attention to the best of the younger generation, because perhaps in a few decades, they would become great figures who could shake the heavens and earth, especially the cultivators who were less than 30 years old. The outstanding people of this age were even more paid attention to, such as Azure Dragon, Hu Zhan, and Gue Ting of the Southern Wasteland Barbarians, Li Lingfeng, Lin Shuer of the Dao sect, and so on. Their strength was unquestionable. Among their peers, it was difficult for them to meet their match. The major forces in the world of cultivation valued potential. If a person was around 30 years old, even if they faced the older generation of cultivators, they would be able to compete with them. This was the focus of people's attention. Dongfang Long was very confident and very conceited. He believed that, with his current cultivation among his peers, only the monster from the Green Spirit Peak of the Supreme Mystery Sect could beat him. Don't be unconvinced. I can guarantee that if Dongfang Chun comes out this time, you will definitely not be his opponent." The eldest Dongfang brother said. He was full of confidence, as if he knew something. "Uncle, do you know where second brother is?" Dongfang Chun heard this and asked the eldest Dongfang brother anxiously. After returning from the Northern Territory, he had not seen his second brother for a long time. Dongfang Chun could not go back to the Taishan sect. If Dongfang Chun went back to the Taishin sect, his fate would be miserable. Gu Fei would never let Dongfang Chun go, and Dongfang Chun did not return to the Dongfang family. In this case, there was only one possibility, and that was Dongfang Chun had found a place to hide. That little guy really dares to do anything. Dongfang Boss did not answer Dongfang Chun, but said such a sentence that made Dongfang Chun confused. My second brother. Dongfang Chun couldn't help but be taken aback. From the words of Dongfang Boss, he could tell that his second brother was probably doing something unexpected. All right, let's not talk about that little fellow Dongfang Chun anymore. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. Boss Dongfang looked at Dongfang Long, as if he didn't want to say more. Gu Fei has returned to the Supreme Mystery Sect. This matter. Dongfang Long changed the topic. In the cultivation world, Gu Fei was in the limelight, which made Dongfang Long feel very uncomfortable. Humph! Could it be that our Dongfang family is really afraid of that door? No need to pay attention to it, just wait and see. Dongfang Boss took another sip of tea and said proudly. Although Dongfang Boss was not a peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm, he was one of the few people in the Dongfang family who could speak in front of the Patriarch. Dongfang Long thought for a moment before he understood. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the Dongfang family had declined, their foundation was still there. Even if the Supreme Mystery Sect knew about the grievances between Dongfang Qian and Gu Fei, the Supreme Mystery Sect would definitely not dare to do anything to the Dongfang family. Dongfang Boss and Dongfang Long, the uncle and nephew, chatted in the pavilion for about half an hour before Dongfang Long got up and left. Only Dongfang Boss was still boiling water for tea, and the fragrance of tea continued to drift out of the pavilion. Imperial Void Realm. The helpless words of Dongfang Boss came out of the pavilion. Even that brat Gu Fei has broken through, and I, sigh. Everyone's encounters were different. Even Dongfang Long, a junior, had signs of catching up, but Dongfang Boss himself was still shackled at the ninth heaven of the ascended mortality realm, and it was difficult for him to break through his current bottleneck. Among the experts of the older generation, Dongfang Boss was not the only one who was shackled at the ninth heaven of the ascended mortality realm. It should be known that even in the entire world of cultivation, there were not many people who could cultivate to become peerless experts. Even the Supreme Mystery Sect, the Shangqing Sect, and the Guangxing Immortal Sect only had a dozen or so peerless experts of the Imperial Void Realm. In the Dongfang family, the number of peerless experts was far less than that of the Dao Sect, and even fewer than the peerless experts of the Supreme Mystery Sect. This was the reality that the Dongfang family had to face, and it was a cruel reality. Night fell, and stars emerged, sprinkling endless starlight. A figure walked out of the spiritual land. Brother Dongfang, what did your uncle say? When the figure walked out of the forest, a voice suddenly sounded in the forest. Then, a black figure, like a ghost, silently walked out of the forest. The moonlight shone on this person's face. This person was Beitang Ao. Brother Beitang, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The person who walked out of the spiritual land of the Dongfang family was Dongfang Long. He seemed to have already known that he would meet Beitang Ao, and he was not surprised at Beitang Ao's appearance. What? Your uncle is not willing to help? Beitang Ao came in front of Dongfang Long and said with some surprise. The result that Dongfang Long brought was somewhat unacceptable to him. My uncle only has one sentence, 8 words. Dongfang Long looked at Beitang Ao, and then said these words with a calm face. 8 words. Beitang Ao heard this, and his face was a little unhappy. He already vaguely knew that the Dongfang family was not going to interfere in this matter. No need to pay attention to it, just wait and see. Dongfang Long said in the tone of his uncle, Boss Dongfang. Dongfang Long's indifferent and disdainful expression fell into Beitang Ao's eyes, and it made Beitang Ao feel extremely irritated. The Dongfang family was too much. Thinking back, it was you, Dongfang Long, who wanted to put Gu Fei to death. In the Bluestone town in the southern wasteland, you poisoned Gu Fei's wine. I just happened to be there, but I was dragged into the water by you. Now, you actually want to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. Your Dongfang family is certainly not afraid of Gu Fei, not afraid of the Taishin sect, but my Beitang family is not comparable to your Dongfang family. Thinking of this, The anger on Beitang Ao's face became even more intense, and the veins on his forehead appeared. However, he knew that now was definitely not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with Dongfang Long. The grudge between Beitang Ao and Gu Fei could have been resolved, and it did not reach the point of a life-and-death battle. However, because of Dongfang Long's interference, the grudge between Beitang Ao and Gu Fei became deeper and deeper, and finally, they became mortal enemies. "Brother Dongfang, you are too unkind." Beitang Ao forcibly suppressed the monstrous anger in his chest, and with a gloomy face, he coldly stared at Dongfang Long and said, "What kind of person was Dongfang Long?" He had already seen that Beitang Ao was on the verge of exploding, and he actually did not want to lose Beitang Ao as an ally. "Hee, Brother Beitang, you don't need to be like this. My uncle only said to wait and see. He did not say that he will not make a move. Even if my uncle does not make a move, those people in my sect will also make a move." Dongfang Long wanted to stabilize Beitang Ao, so that he could continue to use Beitang Ao as a spear. "Preposterous. If I still believe you, then I am the world's biggest idiot." Beitang Ao's heart was filled with resentment, but he had nowhere to vent it, and it was hard to bear. Beitang Ao was able to cultivate to the transcending mortality realm at such a young age. He was not a simple-minded, well-developed fool. He had already seen that Dongfang Long wanted to use him as a spear. However, understanding was one thing, but Beitang Ao would never say what was in his heart. Although he could not wait to tear Dongfang Long to pieces, he had to continue to deal with Dongfang Long. "With your words, I feel a lot more at ease," Beitang Ao said. "Let's go. We will talk after we leave the mountain." Dongfang Long stepped forward, put his hand on Beitang Ao's shoulder, and walked forward. The two of them were like close friends who had known each other for decades. They seemed to be incomparably close, talking about everything, as if they were life and death brothers. But who knew that these two people were actually carefully guarding against each other? Soon, the figures of Dongfang Long and Beitang Ao disappeared in the mountains under the moonlight. The Supreme Mystery Sect had been very lively these past few days. Within the Supreme Mystery Temple, there was one big news after another. This news was enough to shock the younger generation of disciples. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, from the sect leader, the heads of the 8 branches, a group of elders, and the disciples of the younger generation, their topics could not be separated from one person. That person was Gu Fei. The upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect had unanimously decided to make Gu Fei the head of the Jade Spirit Peak. As soon as this news spread, the entire Supreme Mystery Sect was in an uproar. Head of the sect. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the position of the head of a branch was almost equal to that of the sect leader. In the sect, under the sect leader and a group of supreme elders were the heads of the various branches. Moreover, Gu Fei was only in his early 20s. It could be said that since the founding of the Supreme Mystery Sect, he was the youngest peerless master of the void-controlling realm, and also the youngest head of the sect. Countless disciples were extremely envious and talked about this with relish. After all, the Supreme Mystery Sect had produced a young great master. As a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect, they also felt proud. Less than a day after Gu Fei was made the head of the Jade Spirit Peak, the upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect announced another piece of news. The 7 branches of the Supreme Mystery Sect, along with the sect leader's branch, began to select disciples with superior aptitude who were less than 20 years old to join the Jade Spirit Peak. As soon as this news was announced, the young disciples who had just entered the sect all sharpened their heads and drilled into the Jade Spirit Peak. They all wanted to join the Jade Spirit Peak. However, not all young disciples were qualified to join the Jade Spirit Peak. Only those young disciples who were tested to be suitable for practicing body techniques could join the Jade Spirit Peak. After all, the cultivation methods of the Jade Spirit Peak were not Taoist techniques. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect, ancient martial arts were not something that everyone could practice. In the end, among the disciples of the 8 branches, only 12 young disciples who were less than 20 years old were selected. These 12 young disciples all had strong bones, strong backs, and a bear's waist. They were full of energy, and the surging blood in their bodies was much more vigorous than that of ordinary disciples. However, all of this happened in the Supreme Mystery Sect was not known to Gu Fei. The door of the cave residence on the Jade Spirit Peak had been closed. Gu Fei seemed to be in seclusion. Since the battle with Lin Shuer, he had not taken a step out of the cave residence. Chapter 440. Taishan Sect, Purple Bamboo Peak. As its name suggested, this peak was covered with purple bamboos. It was one of the wonders of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Most of the disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak who cultivated on the peak were women. However, in the past 200 or 300 years, the number of male disciples on Purple Bamboo Peak had increased. This was because the head of Purple Bamboo Peak was a man. Long Hongxue was not the first male head of Purple Bamboo Peak. However, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak had always been a female cultivator. This was an indisputable fact. Recently, Purple Bamboo Peak's Grand Elder was very happy. Purple Bamboo Peak's head Long Hongxue was also very happy because Zhao Ziru brought back something from Green Spirit Peak that they yearned for even in their dreams. A jade bottle the size of a thumb contained a drop of green god elixir of life that exuded a tremendous amount of life energy. The moment the jade bottle was opened, a tremendous amount of life energy burst out of it like a volcanic eruption. If not for the fact that the spell formation had been activated beforehand, this extremely powerful essence of life would definitely have rushed out of Purple Bamboo Peak and been detected by the masters of Taishan Sect. Even so, the plants in Purple Bamboo Mountain Manor on Purple Bamboo Peak grew rapidly under the influence of this essence of life. The entire Purple Bamboo Mountain Manor was full of vitality. There were no palaces or caves on Purple Bamboo Peak. There was only a Purple Bamboo Mountain Manor in the middle of the Purple Bamboo Forest. The Purple Bamboo Forest on the mountain was not simple. Endless amounts of purple bamboos were scattered all over the Spirit Peak. The previous generation of Purple Bamboo Peak had used the purple bamboos on the Spirit Peak to set up a spell formation that condensed the power of heaven and earth and isolated all auras. There was a legend in Taoism that there was a divine bamboo on Purple Bamboo Peak. It was precisely because of the existence of this divine bamboo that there were so many purple bamboos on Purple Bamboo Peak. The cultivation methods of Purple Bamboo Peak could be divided into 2 main categories. One was the water elemental cultivation methods, and the other was the wood elemental cultivation methods. The essence of plants on Purple Bamboo Peak was far more abundant than that of the other 8 peaks. Cultivating wood elemental techniques on Purple Bamboo Peak could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Thus, when accepting disciples, Purple Bamboo Peak would usually accept disciples with wood elemental spiritual roots or water elemental spiritual roots. In the depths of the Purple Bamboo Manor, there was a bamboo building made entirely of purple bamboo. 2 white-haired old Taoist women and Long Hongxue were sitting on the highest seats. Below them, an elegant and otherworldly woman stood with her hands at her side. The first seat of Purple Bamboo Peak, Long Hongxue, was sitting in the middle. 2 old Taoist women were sitting on either side of him. The 3 of them were smiling at the woman standing below. "Zhao girl, looks like that Gu Fei really cares about you. He actually gave you such a precious thing. You should know that the thing in this small jade bottle is enough to make those old fellows outside go crazy." Sitting on the lower right of Long Hongxue was an old Taoist woman with almost all her hair gone. Her face was wrinkled like ravines. Hearing this, the woman standing below couldn't help but blush, revealing a bashful expression. "Hee hee, you and that Gu Fei are a match made in heaven. Do you want me to talk to the headmaster and fulfill your wish?" Another old Taoist woman said with a smile. It's all up to the ancestors." Zhao Ziru was overjoyed. Although she and Gu Fei were in love with each other, it was only now that they were recognized by the elders of the sect. Within the Supreme Mystery Sect, it was not forbidden for male and female disciples to marry. In the Taoist sects, there were also places where male and female disciples cultivated together. However, if a male and female disciple really fell in love and became Tao companions, it would require the approval of the elders and the headmaster. In the eyes of Purple Bamboo Peak's Long Hongxue and the 2 old Taoist women, Gu Fei was very tactful. He knew what they wanted the most, so he let Zhao Ziru bring it back to Purple Bamboo Peak. In the eyes of Long Hongxue and the 2 Purple Bamboo Peak's elders, This small jade bottle was more precious than anything else. Very good. Once the limelight is over, I will hold a ceremony for you and Gu Fei to cultivate together. Long Hongxue smiled as he looked at Zhao Ziru below. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. A peerless expert, a young grandmaster, Gu Fei could be said to have unlimited potential. At such a young age, he was already a void-controlling realm cultivator. He definitely had a lot of time to break through to the demigod realm. For Purple Bamboo Peak to have such a person as a son-in-law, it could be said that it was a great thing. As the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, Long Hongshue's vision was very long-term. How could Jin Lin be an ordinary person? It was not difficult to imagine that in the near future, a great figure would appear in the Supreme Mystery Sect, or even the entire Taoist sections. After Long Hongxue asked Zhao Ziru about her cultivation problems, he let her leave. In the bamboo house, only Long Hongxue and the two old Taoist women were left. Elders, could the thing in the jade bottle really be that thing? Long Hongxue asked the two old Taoist women. The old Taoist woman sitting on the right nodded and said, "It can't be wrong. That thing contains an unimaginable amount of life essence. It is not something that any other spiritual essence of the world can compare to." Then, can we start the furnace to refine the longevity pill? After Long Hongxue received the affirmative answer, he could not hide the excitement on his face. Only one drop is a little too little. The old Taoist woman sitting on the left of Long Hongxue said. She seemed to have some concerns. It should be known that if a furnace of pills was ruined, then their hope of prolonging their lifespan would be shattered. Then is Gu Fei lying to us? Is the longevity grass on him? The words about it being with the great figure of the demon race, could it be that he is evading the responsibility? Long Hongxue was able to become the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, so he was also very shrewd. If it is on him, where did he hide it? The old Taoist woman sitting on the right of Long Hongxue revealed a thoughtful expression, her eyes constantly flickering. It is impossible for him to hide the longevity grass on him. This is absolutely certain. The old Taoist woman on the left said with a very certain tone. If Gu Fei really did hide the longevity grass on him, it would definitely not escape the fiery eyes of these old monsters. Therefore, these old monsters could be sure that the longevity grass was not on Gu Fei. If these old monsters felt the aura of the longevity grass on Gu Fei's body, they would have already swarmed over and robbed Gu Fei until not even his underwear was left. The old monsters who were at the end of their lifespan could be said to have no scruples. As long as they could extend their lifespan, they had even considered becoming demons or cultivating the ghost Tao. No one wanted to die like this. The longevity grass was their hope, their dawn towards the origin immortal Tao. If they could not walk the origin immortal Tao, then they would have to find another way out. Becoming demons or entering the ghost palace of Plentiful City to cultivate the supreme ghost Tao was the only choice that these old monsters who were at the end of their lifespans could make, and it was also the only choice they had. We should be careful and wait and see first. In the end, the two old Taoist women decided to wait and see how things developed. After all, the current Supreme Mystery Sect had gathered the old monsters of the Guangqing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect. If they were not careful, these old monsters could see something. At that time, Purple Bamboo Peak would never have a day of peace. Time passed. The sun rose and set. It was as if in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. There was still no movement on the Green Spirit Peak. The door of the cave was tightly shut. From time to time, there would be white-haired figures wandering around, and there were also some seemingly young figures walking around the cave from time to time. The old monsters of the three great Taoist sects seemed to be waiting impatiently. The number of people appearing on the Green Spirit Peak became more and more frequent, but everyone was still watching, not daring to act rashly. Even the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Taoist Xintian, came 3 times. Every time he came, he only saw the tightly shut door of the cave and returned disappointed. The old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects had some misgivings. After all, Gu Fei had been accepted by Taoist Ku Rong as an unofficial disciple. An unofficial disciple was still a disciple. Therefore, no one dared to disturb Gu Fei. Taoist Ku Rong was the only deity in the 3 great Taoist sects. No one in the 3 great Taoist sects dared to touch his disciple. No one was willing to offend a demigod. If Gu Fei was not Taoist Ku Rong's disciple, the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects would have broken into the cave and dragged Gu Fei out. In the hall of the cave, Gu Fei was like a stone statue sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. There was no aura coming from his body, and all the functions of his body were silent. It was as if he was a lifeless corpse. The primordial qi in his body seemed to have completely dried up and disappeared, and his skin had lost its luster. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei's body began to emit a faint aura. It was very weak, and if one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Then, Gu Fei's withered body began to glow with vitality like a dead tree, and the aura on his body began to gradually become stronger. In the end, not only did Gu Fei's skin become translucent again, but he was also meditating quietly. The blood and qi in his body surged, and his bones kept making sounds as if they were reshaping his body. Multicolored light flowed all over Gu Fei's body. Later, a 5-colored divine light shot up into the sky from his body. At the same time, a majestic pressure spread out with Gu Fei as the center. It was as if a tsunami had occurred, and incomparably terrifying spiritual waves erupted and surged in all directions. Rumble. The entire cave shook violently. A purple flame brand appeared on the skin between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It emitted a dazzling purple divine light and pierced through the void. The entire cave began to emit runes to resist the terrifying energy waves that erupted from Gu Fei's body. Each rune emitted a bright light and condensed the power of heaven and earth to counteract the terrifying power that erupted. The experts of the Green Spirit Peak had set up countless runes in the cave, making it as hard as divine iron and gold. Otherwise, the entire cave would have collapsed and turned into ruins. Chapter 441. The cave abode on Green Spirit Peak produced a strange phenomenon. There was a 5-colored glow looming over Green Spirit Peak, accompanied by rumbling sounds. It was like the sound of 10,000 horses galloping, and it immediately alarmed the group of old monsters gathered in the Taishan sect. Swish, swish, swish. There was a divine rainbow-like escape light that rushed out from the Taishan temple at the top of the Taishan Peak, and then crossed the sky, heading for Green Spirit Peak that was hundreds of miles away. There was a swordsman who rode on a sword light, like a heavenly sword immortal. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he flew elegantly towards Green Spirit Peak. There was a Taoist who walked directly in the void, with runes under his feet, walking towards Green Spirit Peak. There were constantly experts coming out from all over the Taishan sect, flying towards Green Spirit Peak. The strange phenomenon of Green Spirit Peak was unusual, but what these people were most concerned about was not the strange phenomenon that had appeared, but the person in the cave abode. Rumble. The entire Green Spirit Peak seemed to be shaking, startling countless birds and beasts, and a terrifying fluctuation actually came out from the cave abode. The cave abode of Green Spirit Peak had been blessed by the masters of the past generations with runes, condensing the power of heaven and earth, and was difficult to destroy. However, at this time, the entire cave abode was shaken by the mighty power that came out from Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's entire body was shrouded in 5-colored divine light. He was like an immortal god of war that had been reborn from the ashes. His flesh and bones were all emitting spiritual light, and his bones had transformed into a 5-colored bone body, blooming with a dazzling light. The powerful Yuan Qi fluctuated, mighty, shaking the heavens and the earth. Perceiving the Tao contained in the mark of the Great Path, Gu Fei unexpectedly showed signs of breaking through again. There were 9 layers of the Yushu realm, and Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to be about to break through to the 2nd layer of the Yushu realm. All kinds of strange phenomena were just signs of a breakthrough. As time passed, above Green Spirit Peak, the 5-colored light was flashing, and the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth seemed to be responding to some kind of power and gradually gathered. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave, suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes. The purple flame mark on his forehead shot out a beam of dazzling purple light the moment Gu Fei opened his eyes. Wherever the purple divine light passed, it pierced through the void, causing space to collapse. That divine light actually shot into the void. Swoosh! His soul power fused with the power of the inner heaven and earth in his Niwen palace, forming a purple divine light. It shattered the void and shot out from the cave abode. What is that? Strange energy fluctuations. It seems to contain divine sense. This is too frightening. Shattering the void. At this time, there were already many experts of the Imperial Void Realm gathered around the Green Spirit Peak. Those old monsters of the ninth, heavenly layer of the Imperial Void Realm had all appeared near the Green Spirit Peak. When they saw the purple divine light shatter the void, shoot up into the sky, and directly penetrate the colorful light in the sky, everyone was indescribably shocked. How is it possible? He is just a cultivator of the first heavenly layer of the Imperial Void Realm. How could he shatter the void? Even if he is a demigod, it is difficult for him to really shatter the void. How could a cultivator of the Imperial Void Realm display the means of an immortal? This little guy is a monster. A group of old monsters discussed in a low voice. Everyone found it unbelievable. Shattering the void was a magical power that could only be displayed by an immortal. At this time, it appeared in front of everyone, which made everyone feel inexplicably shocked. The void was shattered, which was a fact that was obvious to all. However, everyone knew that the purple divine light that shot out from the cave abode was definitely related to Gu Fei. This descendant of the Green Spirit Peak was not simple at all. He must have mastered a secret technique that could directly display the power of thunder and lightning. The moment the purple divine light shot into the five-colored divine light above the Green Spirit Peak, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the five-colored divine light. The essence of the five elements of heaven and earth that gathered from all directions was immediately swallowed by the vortex, as if pouring into the void behind the vortex. Devouring the heaven and earth. What kind of cultivation method is this boy cultivating? A white-haired old man standing in the void said in surprise. The body is like a bottomless pit that can swallow the sky and the earth. In the cave abode, the magnetic voice of Gu Fei sounded. Endless colorful light. Along the space channel opened by the purple divine light that shot out from between the eyebrows, was continuously sucked into the Mud Pill Palace. This was the essence of the five elements of heaven and earth, which could nourish the spirit, gradually strengthen the spirit, and could be smelted into the inner world to open up the inner world. Using one's own five elements primordial chi to communicate with the heaven and earth, triggering the momentum of the heaven and earth, and gathering the essence of the five elements of heaven and earth. This was described in the martial scripture, the method of connecting the spirit with the heaven, the unity of man and nature. Only the warriors of the void controlling realm could use this method. At this stage, the warriors were very terrifying. Every move they made could attract the power of heaven and earth, and their skills were close to the way. The Taishan sect was rich in spiritual chi, and could be said to be a rare paradise. The five elements primordial chi that gathered in the Green Spirit Peak was mighty, covering the entire mountain. The endless five elements primordial chi was swallowed into Gu Fei's Mud Pill Palace and refined in the inner world. Rumble. After refining the vast five elements primordial chi, the chaotic zone at the edge of the inner world began to shake, and the inner world was opening up. At the same time, a part of the refined five elements primordial chi overflowed from the inner world, nourishing the spirit in the Mud Pill Palace, and then seeping out from the purple flame between the eyebrows, flowing throughout his body. The five-colored energy was baptizing his body, nourishing every inch of his body, and improving his physique. His flesh and blood flickered with five-colored light, and the yuan qi in his body was boiling. Even with the runes blocking the aura and sealing the terrifying yuan qi that erupted from Gu Fei's body, there was still a rumbling sound coming from the cave, like a tsunami that reached the sky, like thunder, and from time to time, beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's body. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Gu Fei operated the mystic technique with all his strength, attacking the cultivation barrier. The vast yuan qi that surged out from his body was extremely vigorous. The entire cave was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Countless runes densely appeared on the walls, floor, and ceiling of the cave. The endless runes formed the momentum of heaven and earth, firmly stabilizing and protecting the entire cave. The five-colored divine light above the green spirit peak was shrinking rapidly, being swallowed by the dark vortex. The inner world was opening up. His mental force was becoming more and more refined. His spirit was becoming more and more solid, and his body was like a bottomless pit. The five elements primordial chi that seeped out from the eyebrows had all entered his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. However, the yuan chi that Gu Fei needed to break through to the next heaven was absolutely massive. Although it was just a little bit more, it was difficult for him to really take that step. At this time, Gu Fei was like a beggar who had not eaten for a few days, seeing the braised pork on someone else's table. He could only look at it, but could not eat it. Needless to say, it was very uncomfortable. The vision on the green spirit peak lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the five-colored divine light that shrouded the green spirit peak was completely swallowed up by the vortex in the void. The energy fluctuations coming from the cave mansion also gradually calmed down. Just a little bit more. Gu Fei stood up from the ground, unable to conceal the infinite disappointment and unwillingness on his face. The entire cave had completely calmed down. There was no strong energy fluctuations, nor was there a terrifying aura. Gu Fei's body had a hint of elegance, making him look a little delicate, like the big boy next door. He was less extraordinary and had more of a plain and simple charm. Although in the end he did not break through to the second heaven of the Imperial Void, Gu Fei's harvest was not small. At least, he used the five elements' essence of heaven and earth to open up the inner world, nourish his spirit, and temper his body. In this more than a month of closed-door training, Gu Fei's biggest gain was not that his cultivation had reached the peak of the first heaven of the Imperial Void, but that his divine sense had reached a very terrifying level. It was extremely condensed, almost to the extent that it could transform. With just a thought, a terrifying divine light could shoot out from between his eyebrows, shatter the void, and open up the inner world. In the eyes of outsiders who were not clear about Gu Fei's background, what Gu Fei had shattered was the screen wall of the big world, which was a terrifying method that only immortals possessed. In fact, Gu Fei did not have such a terrifying attack power. What he had shattered was only the screen wall of his own inner world. The screen wall of the big world was stable and firm, but the void of Gu Fei's inner world was not so stable. It was easy to shatter and turn from new to chaos. Gu Fei could now open up a passage between the outside world and the inner world at any time. In other words, he no longer needed to meditate and practice qi and spend time guiding the power of the inner world to enter the inner world. As long as Gu Fei wanted to, he could enter his own inner world with just a thought. However, with his current strength, it was still difficult for him to directly reveal his inner world to the outside world. The restrictive spell formation in the cave was very mysterious. It could block the divine sense of people outside, but in the cave, there was no hindrance in sensing everything outside. Gu Fei instantly sensed everything that was happening outside the cave dwelling. Why are they all here? When Gu Fei sensed the dozens of powerful auras outside, as dignified as mountains and as vast as the sea, he was shocked. There were dozens of peerless experts of the void-controlling realm standing outside the cave. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of the most powerful auras. Needless to say, those dozen of the most powerful auras definitely came from those old monsters. Dozens of peerless experts, the void-controlling realm experts of the 3 great Taoist sects, were probably all gathered at Green Spirit Peak. These people were not here to denounce him, were they? Apart from the group of people in front of the cave abode, there were also many powerful cultivators standing in the air nearby. Junior Brother Gu, you've finally come out of seclusion. You've made us wait for so long. Taoist Xintian came up to greet him. He had already noticed the jade box in Gu Fei's hand. The jade box emitted a faint life essence. It seemed to contain a spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Wait, life essence? Could it be? Taoist Xuantian's mind flashed. He immediately recalled that some spiritual essence of heaven and earth had such a characteristic. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Taoist Xintian could make a move, the dozen or so strongest old freaks had already surrounded Gu Fei. All of their gazes were fervently fixed on the jade box in Gu Fei's hand. Chapter 442. In the depths of the northern mountains, thousands of miles away from the Taishan sect, although the sun was shining brightly, it could not melt the white snow that covered the mountains. The north was close to the northern demon area. It was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the cold never stopped shrouding this part of the snow country. It was cold all year round, and it was not a good place. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the snowy mountains in the north. The earth trembled, and the sky shook. Rumble! An avalanche immediately occurred in the mountains. The accumulated snow on the mountain was like a raging wave, rushing down from the peak of the mountain and sweeping away everything. It was unknown how many snow forests would be submerged by the ice and snow, and how many birds and beasts would die because of this avalanche. In the depths of the mountain, an inconspicuous snow-capped peak suddenly collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, and countless sand, stones, and mud shot in all directions. It was even more powerful than a meteorite falling to the ground. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the snowy peak that exploded. Wherever the ripples passed, no matter how thick the snow was, it would be swept away in an instant. With the collapsed mountain as the center, all the snow within a radius of 100 miles was swept up into the sky by the mighty Qi waves, revealing the yellow earth that had not seen sunlight for who knew how many years. Roar! A roar came out from the collapsed mountain, and the rolling sound waves went straight to the 9 heavens. Even the loud sound that was still echoing in the mountains was overshadowed. Immediately, the collapsed mountain erupted like a volcano, rushing up a large black, demonic cloud, emitting billowing demonic qi. Then the dark clouds covered the sun, and everything within a radius of dozens of miles was pitch black, as if the night had suddenly descended on this area. A terrifying aura spread out, and in the billowing demonic qi, there seemed to be a terrible demonic shadow looming. 2 blood-red cold stars shot out from the demonic qi, sweeping in all directions. Finally succeeded, haha. Using the Tao to become a demon, using the demon to refine the Tao, Gu Fei, just you wait. There was a loud laugh from the demonic cloud, and the sound shook the world. The demonic cloud that shrouded the world was violently rolling, and endless demonic qi was constantly condensing into the shape of various demons, like a group of demons dancing. Demon swallows heaven and earth. A loud shout came out from the demonic cloud, and then the spiritual qi in the mountains was attracted, gathering from all directions and merging into the monstrous demonic qi. The world was shaking, and the demonic power was unparalleled. The demonic qi that shrouded the world gradually became more vast and shocking. The demonic cultivator in the demonic qi was swallowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the mountains, there were few people. This of the demonic cultivator did not have any scruples, and actually did everything he could, displaying his supreme power. And at this time, the aura of the demonic cloud that shrouded the world began to change. It was as if another vast power was being born from the roiling demonic qi. This was an aura that was completely different from the evil and evil demonic qi. Not only was this aura not evil, but it was holy and noble. Compared to the demonic qi, this aura could already be considered immortal qi. Yes, after the cultivator of the demonic cultivator absorbed the endless life essence in the mountains, the power generated from the demonic qi seemed to be immortal qi. However, at the same time, a long shout came from the distance. The voice rumbled like thunder, echoing in the air for a long time. Which demonic cultivator dares to act so wantonly in the northern reaches? Do you really think that there is no one left in the northern reaches? The voice of the newcomer was so loud that it spread through the heavens and earth. Even the void seemed to tremble, and the avalanche that had stopped long ago occurred once more. Snow rolled down the mountain, emitting a sound like 10,000 galloping horses. It was incomparably shocking. Before long, a middle-aged man in loose robes walked over from the distance. Beneath his feet, there seemed to be lightning and thunder flashing. Soon, the middle-aged man appeared hundreds of feet away. If you know what's good for you, then get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone right now. These words came out from the demonic chi. The demonic cultivator inside did not seem to care about the newcomer at all. Oomph! What big words! Even the first son of the demon king, Chu Gu, does not dare to speak in front of me like this. The middle-aged man was tall and had a square face. His body exuded a powerful and overbearing aura. His bronze skin made him look oppressive and powerful. Very well, since you don't want to get out, then you don't have to. A cold voice came out from the demonic chi. The tone was so cold that it made people feel suffocated. The person in the demonic cloud was really arrogant. As he spoke, the demonic chi in front of the middle-aged man surged violently. A terrifying and evil aura spread out, and endless demonic chi condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand that directly grabbed at the middle-aged man. What an arrogant demon! I want to see if you have the capital to be arrogant. The middle-aged man sneered and directly punched. As if there was a lightning bombarding his fist, a white light directly dispersed the demonic hand that was about to grab him. Then, the middle-aged man's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. Thunder, fire, and lightning lingered on his body as if he was wearing a divine armor of thunder and lightning. Terrifying energy waves spread out from his body. The middle-aged man punched again and directly broke the demonic cloud in front of him. Then, he turned into a lightning bolt and rushed into the surging demonic chi in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out from within the devilish clouds. The entire space trembled as a terrifying pressure gushed forth from the devilish clouds. It was as though an energy storm filled with destructive aura had swept past. The thick, devilish clouds were actually dissipating. Is that all? The middle-aged man's majestic voice came out from the dissipating demonic chi. He seemed to have gained the upper hand. Is that so? Another cold voice sounded. Then, the dissipating demonic chi retreated like a tide, and all of it was absorbed into a terrifying figure with messy hair. The middle-aged man was 100 feet away, staring at the figure in front of him with a solemn expression. The figure gave off a very strange feeling. The demonic cultivator that appeared from the demonic chi was actually a young man. The aura of this young man shocked the middle-aged man. In the exchange just now, the middle-aged man seemed to have gained the upper hand. However, the young figure that was like a god or a demon gave the middle-aged man a strong sense of oppression. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked. He felt that the young man was not a pure demonic cultivator. In addition to the demonic aura that made people's hearts palpitate, the young man also emitted a huge amount of immortal chi. The demonic chi and immortal chi coexisted. It was really unbelievable and hard to understand. How could a person cultivate demonic arts and Taoist techniques at the same time? The young cultivator opposite the middle-aged man was slender and handsome. He was definitely a handsome man. However, the current appearance of this handsome man was somewhat strange and terrifying. His left eye was blood red and emitted an evil blood-colored demonic light. His right eye was as clear and bright as the stars in the sky. The left side of his body was filled with a vast amount of demonic chi, while the right side of his body was filled with immortal chi. Demonic and immortal body, half demon and half immortal. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you are about to die. Your power will become a part of my power. The evil-looking young man revealed a cruel smile. You, cut the crap. You can die now, but your power must remain. The evil-looking young man said coldly and directly attacked. Two rays of light, one black and one white, shot out from his hands and swept toward the middle-aged man opposite him. He wanted to kill the strong enemy in front of him and steal his opponent's chi for his own use. He was lawless and unscrupulous in doing demonic things. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. The middle-aged man's eyes emitted a dazzling light and said coldly, "Whoosh." He left an afterimage on the spot and soared into the sky, dodging the incoming divine rays. Then, he reached out his hand toward the young cultivator below. Boom! Thousands of silver snakes danced in the air. Endless lightning surged from the middle-aged man's palm. Endless thunder and fire surged under his palm and bombarded the evil-looking young cultivator below. Terrifying lightning lit up the sky and tore apart the void. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the mountains. Thunder technique? The young cultivator was obviously surprised. Thunder was born from the energy of yin and yang. Thunder was the cardinal of the world and was the command of the heavens. It could intimidate all living things in the world. Among all the Tao techniques, thunder techniques could be said to be the most powerful. The middle-aged man cultivated the thunder technique, so his Tao of thunder should not be underestimated. "I'll absorb." The young cultivator remained calm and reached out his hand. A pitch-black vortex appeared in his palm and quickly expanded. In an instant, it covered a part of the void. The thousands of thunder and fire that descended from the sky were all devoured by the dark vortex. The young cultivator's face revealed a trace of pain. A layer of tiny electricity surged out from his body. He actually devoured the thunder and fire that the middle-aged man shot out into his body. The young cultivator operated his demonic art. The left half of his body emitted a pitch-black demonic aura, while the right half of his body emitted a dazzling light. In just a breath's time, the layer of tiny electricity on the young cultivator's body completely disappeared. In just a breath's time, he had refined the power of thunder and lightning that was devoured into his body. Haha! The young cultivator laughed and soared into the sky. Like a crazy demon, he turned into a black and white shadow and pounced toward the middle-aged man in the sky. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the thunder and fire he shot out being devoured and refined by his opponent. Roar! The middle-aged man let out a furious roar. A vast wave of magic power surged out from his body. Bolts of terrifying lightning the size of a child's arm shot out from his body. His entire body blossomed with dazzling thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning on the middle-aged man's body was extremely powerful. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out in the void. When the young cultivator saw this, he immediately retreated. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning spread out in all directions with the middle-aged man as the center, enveloping the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. The middle-aged man was like a god of thunder. He communicated with the power of thunder and lightning between the heaven and earth, turning the void around him into a sea of thunder and lightning. The destructive aura he emitted was terrifying. "Punish on behalf of the heavens. Thunder strike!" The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The endless thunder and lightning emitted a dazzling brilliance that completely engulfed his body. As his voice echoed in the thunder and lightning that covered the void within a radius of 100 meters seemed to have a mind of its own. It condensed into the shape of a one-horned thunder beast and pounced toward the young cultivator. "Devour the heavens and devour the earth." The young cultivator's face was solemn. Both of his hands moved in the void in front of him, creating mysterious trajectories that looked like talismans and demonic runes. Immortal chi and devil chi surged out between his hands, forming a black and white Tai Chi vortex. The void in front of the young cultivator seemed to collapse. A bottomless black hole emitting an evil aura finally appeared in front of the young cultivator. Rumble! The one-horned thunder beast condensed from the power of thunder and lightning spat out a thunderous divine ray that instantly collided with the black hole vortex in front of the young cultivator. Heaven and earth trembled. The pitch-black demonic hole emitted an endless suction force, trying to devour the one-horned thunder beast condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. However, this time, the young cultivator's wish was not fulfilled. The one-horned thunder beast condensed from the power of thunder was as big as a small mountain. It emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, and its body emitted thousands of lightning, fire, and lightning bolts. It fiercely resisted the suction force of the black hole. The two forces were locked in a stalemate for a while, and they were evenly matched. The young cultivator only felt that it was extremely strenuous for him. He was too careless. The opponent was obviously a famous expert with rich combat experience. His strength was definitely above him. He had just broken through to the void-controlling realm, and he had already encountered an expert of the void-controlling realm. Not to mention defeating the opponent, it would be a little difficult for him to protect himself. "Humph," the middle-aged man sneered. His body emitted endless thunder and lightning divine light. He actually pounced forward and merged with the one-horned thunder beast that was the size of a small hill. Roar! The one-horned thunder beast seemed to have developed intelligence. It roared at the sky, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The energy fluctuation emitted from its body was like a volcanic eruption, displaying a terrifying might that could shake the heaven and earth. The one-horned thunder beast's hands, which emitted terrifying thunder and lightning, slapped forward. Boom! A huge tremor was heard. The black hole vortex in front of the middle-aged cultivator suddenly shook violently, showing signs of collapsing. The young cultivator behind the black hole vortex seemed to have been struck by lightning. His whole body shook violently, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured. Boom! The one-horned thunder beast fiercely slapped forward again. The endless power of thunder and lightning condensed on its palms. The void seemed to be torn apart by the thunder and lightning that shot out from the palms. The black hole vortex collapsed. The endless devil chi and immortal chi were blasted away by the power of thunder and lightning. The young cultivator was blasted hundreds of feet away. After he stabilized his body, a mouthful of blood immediately spurted out from his mouth. "Aren't you very arrogant? Want to kill me? You want to strip away my power? What a joke. You simply don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." The one-horned thunder beast that was formed by the power of thunder and lightning also collapsed, revealing the middle-aged man's figure. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young cultivator almost vomited blood. The middle-aged man's words were too harsh, and it made him feel too ashamed to show his face. "It's not you who wants to kill me now. It's me who wants to slay the devil and defend the Tao." The middle-aged man's body emitted a bright light of thunder and lightning. With a step, he walked hundreds of feet away, closing in on the young cultivator who was blasted hundreds of feet away. "I still have to settle the score with Gu Fei. I can't be entangled with him." The young cultivator felt ashamed. However, he was not a hot-headed person who did not care about anything. He decisively turned around and fled. The opponent was an expert of the void-controlling realm. He was just a rookie who had just broken through to the void-controlling realm. How could he be a match for the opponent? The immortal chi and devil chi surged out. The young cultivator turned into a ray of light surrounded by immortal chi and devil chi and fled toward the south. This young cultivator was a dual cultivator of devil and Tao. He used the God-devouring pearl and devil pearl to refine the nascent soul of the Beitang clan's elder, Dongfang Chun. "Where do you think you're going?" The middle-aged man strolled in the void. Thunder and lightning emerged under his feet. He was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. With a step, he covered hundreds of feet and chased after the young cultivator. The middle-aged man cultivated the art of thunder and lightning. The art of thunder and lightning was famous for its domineering attack. However, speed was also one of the art of thunder and lightning. Two rays of light, one in front and one behind, disappeared in an instant. Dongfang Chun, who had the immortal chi and devil chi in his body, fled first, and the middle-aged man chased after him. However, the speed of the art of thunder and lightning was extremely fast. The middle-aged man gradually caught up with him. The distance between the two sides was shrinking. The middle-aged man's hands struck forward again and again. Thousands of lightning and fire emerged on his hands and then rushed forward. Preposterous. Dongfang Chun could not keep his calm. He knew that if he was intercepted by the middle-aged man, it would be difficult for him to leave the northern territory. Thunderclaps shook the heavens, silver snakes danced chaotically, tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck from behind, causing the heaven and earth to violently shake. Dongfang Chun couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He reached into his bosom and took out a scroll, then opened it and threw it behind him. Buzz! The sound of a sword resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, the scroll that was thrown by Dongfang Chun emitted a bright light. A terrifying sword chi burst out from the scroll. Then, endless golden sword chi exuded an extremely cold aura. It pierced through the void and rushed out from the scroll, heading towards the thousands of lightning bolts that were rushing towards it. After throwing the scroll, Dongfang Chun could not help but feel pain. That was a high-rank Tao art scroll. It could display the full power of a cultivator at the 5th or 6th layer of the void-controlling realm. Chapter 443. thousands of golden sword chi burst out from the Path Technique scroll, and the Path Technique scroll completely crumbled in the void. It was a Path Technique scroll that could only be used once. The extremely sharp sword chi pierced through the void as if it was cutting the world into thousands of pieces. When it collided with the tens of thousands of lightning bolts, it broke through the layers of lightning bolts and shot towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was shocked. The endless golden sword light flashed in front of him, giving him the illusion that a peerless master of the sword Tao was attacking him. Roar! The middle-aged man roared. Suddenly, a bright ball of lightning surged out from his body. Like a cocoon, he was wrapped in the ball of lightning to protect his body. Then, he flew backwards. He wanted to dodge the endless golden sword chi, but no matter how fast his lightning escape technique was, it was a bit too late. It was a rain of golden swords, a sea of swords. It covered the sky and the earth like a raging wave on the sea, and instantly drowned the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was drowned by the countless golden sword chi didn't die. Instead, the middle-aged man's angry roar came from the dazzling sword chi. At this time, Dongfang Chun saw the scrolls burst out with unparalleled sword chi and trapped the middle-aged man. Then, he took out another scroll from his magic treasure pouch. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the scroll in his hand. Suddenly, a green light rushed out from the scroll and enveloped Dongfang Chun. The green light was like a wave of water, but it wasn't dazzling. Dongfang Chun, who was inside, seemed to be wrapped in a big bubble. Swoosh! The big bubble that enveloped Dongfang Chun suddenly flashed with a bright light. The void shook for a moment, and then, the light dissipated. Dongfang Chun had already disappeared into the void. Furious thunder rips the heavens and earth. Inside the endless golden sword chi, the middle-aged man's angry roar came out. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation came out from the sword chi. Rumble, 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 rumble. As if there were thousands of thunderbolts roaring, the whole world was shaking violently. Terrifying lightning bolts as thick as a child's arm broke through the countless golden sword chi, tore apart the endless sword chi, and struck out from the sword formation. Countless golden sword chis were shattered, and the sharp sword light dissipated in the void by the power of thunder and lightning. A terrifying figure surrounded by lightning walked out of the shattered sword light. Huh! The middle-aged man let out a low roar. He was extremely angry, and his hair stood on end. His clothes were tattered and full of holes, and his shirt was hanging on his body like a piece of cloth. Just now, trapped in the countless sword chi, he encountered great danger. Of sword chi, he had only taken out a stalk of longevity grass that he had already plucked and consumed. As for the other 9-leaf longevity grass, he did not intend to hand over it. The longevity grass contained a huge amount of life essence and was simply a life-saving grass. Just one drop of this kind of spiritual juice was enough to revive the dead. Although Gu Fei did not understand the path of pill concocting and did not know the detailed effects of the longevity grass, he knew that no matter how serious his injuries were, as long as he still had a breath left, he would be able to recover after taking the longevity grass. A huge amount of life essence was more useful than any panacea. Of course, if those cultivators with profound attainments in pill concocting knew that Gu Fei directly took the longevity grass, they would probably jump up and scold Gu Fei for wasting a heavenly gift. Of the 3 longevity grass obtained from the virtual sky world, one was taken by Yenner of the Danding School in the northern region to refine pills, one was given to Daoist Xintian, and the last one was kept by Gu Fei for his own use. After handing over the longevity grass, Gu Fei directly returned to his cave residence and continued to meditate on the mark of the great path that was imprinted in his heart. He did not know that there were already 12 young cultivators who, under the arrangement of the head of the sect, Daoist Xintian, had entered the Green Spirit Peak. He also did not know that he had become the new head of the Green Spirit Peak. According to the rules of the Taishan sect, only peerless masters of the void-controlling realm could become the head of a branch. The head of a branch was actually a kind of deterrent. If the cultivation level of the head was too low, how could the disciples be convinced? It should be known that the world of cultivation was a world where the strong were respected. Only with great power could everyone be deterred. However, Gu Fei's intention to continue to meditate on the Supreme Great Path could not continue in less than 3 days. On the evening of the second day, the sky was filled with sunset clouds, and the afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the western world red. It was in this seemingly calm evening that the appearance of a person caused the entire Taishan sect to once again become a mess. That person came for Gu Fei. Chapter 444. The bright moon illuminated the mountains and rivers, and the stars illuminated the world. The 9 peaks of Taishan, under the illumination of the moon and the stars, were picturesque. Clouds and mist lingered around the 9 peaks. From time to time, there was a flash of spiritual light, and the aura of celestial spirit floated. It was like a fairyland. Other than the occasional roar of a beast or two, the entire mountain was tranquil and peaceful. However, when the moon was in the middle of the sky and midnight came, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly surged from the west, breaking the peace between heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made all the birds and beasts in the Taishan Mountains tremble in fear. Haha, Brad, I can already feel your aura. Come out quickly. A loud laugh resounded through the world and spread for hundreds of miles, like the roar of a peerless demon. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen beams of light immediately rushed out of Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. At the same time, beams of light from the other 8 peaks also shot up into the sky. Everyone in the Taishan sect was alarmed. Who has come to my Taishan sect? Immediately, Taoist Xuantian's voice sounded in the mountains, spreading through the sky and the earth, and into the ears of everyone on the 9 spirit peaks. The towering demonic aura came from the west, and in an instant, it shrouded a radius of hundreds of miles, covering the sky and the sun. The 9 peaks of Taishan were all shrouded by the terrifying demonic aura, and the world suddenly lost its color. A terrible aura spread out from the demonic aura, and all the cultivators who felt this aura were terrified. Taoist Xintian and the other cultivators of the void-controlling realm who had appeared in the northern land were even more horrified. That was because they already knew who had come. The powerful figure of the demon clan had really come. Taoist Xintian, Lin Outsong, Old Monster Xinyuan, and the others had already faintly felt that something was wrong. This powerful figure of the demon clan had only just arrived. So where did Gu Fei's longevity grass come from? Could it be that the longevity grass had always been on Gu Fei's body? How did he do it? How could he hide the longevity grass in front of them without being discovered? It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei, you stinking brat, quickly come out and follow me. The old tortoise's voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, spreading to every inch of the void within a radius of hundreds of miles. The terrifying sound waves shook the world. Taoist Xintian and the other experts from the 3 great Taoist sects felt their ears buzzing as if dozens of bells were ringing in their ears. At this moment, even those who were in seclusion were startled awake. Gu Fei was no exception. The restriction of the cave residents could not block the old turtle's voice. The old turtle's voice seemed to have a strange power that directly penetrated the cave residents and reached Gu Fei's ears. This old tortoise, Gu Fei, who was sitting in the cave abode, opened his eyes. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes and lit up the entire cave abode. Boom! A loud noise came from the top of the 9 Taishan peaks. The 9 spirit peaks shook violently, and endless runes and divine light appeared above the 9 Taishan peaks. Like silver snakes, they slithered in all directions. The old turtle had actually launched an attack against the great mountain shield matrix. The terrifying power of the attack was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth, and the mountains trembled. Several beams of light fell directly from the sky. Those with lower cultivation only felt the blood in their bodies roil. Although there was the great mountain shield matrix as a barrier, all the cultivators of the entire Taishan sect suffered a significant impact. Senior, please stop. Taoist Xuantian's voice sounded again. From his voice, it could be heard that he was a little anxious. Your Taishan sect really does have some tricks up its sleeve. I don't know who did this all those years ago. The old turtle's somewhat disdainful words came out from the demon clouds. He seemed to see something. The peerless masters of the three great Taoist sects were all riding the beams of light, standing in the sky above Taishan Peak. The disciples of the 9 peaks all rushed out, looking up at the sky with inexplicable horror. The dark green demonic cloud covered the sky and the earth, completely covering hundreds of miles of Taishan Mountain. The blow that the old turtle had just delivered had already activated the power of the mountain guarding matrix. A layer of transparent light shield, like an upside-down jade bowl, shrouded the 9 peaks of Taishan within a radius of hundreds of miles. The stars in the sky sprinkled down endless starlight, as if meteors were falling from the sky. The energy of the earth seeped out of the earth. The protective array was completely activated, connecting the sky and the earth, drawing in the power of the stars in the sky, and drawing in the energy of the earth. Such a matrix condensed the power of heaven and earth, and became one with the power of heaven and earth, drawing on the power of heaven and earth for its use. Its power was so great that even the old turtle, who had recovered to the cultivation of a demon god, would find it difficult to break it in a short time. "Senior, please stop. We can talk things over." The foreheads of the elders of the Taishan sect were sweating, and they all shouted out loud. If they were attacked by this old demon a few more times, even if the matrix was not broken, the disciples of the 9 Taishan meridians with lower cultivation would most likely be injured. "Quickly, remove this matrix and let me in." The old turtle could not really break through the great mountain shield matrix, so he did not attack again. However, he was already a little impatient. At the same time, the terrible demon clouds that shrouded hundreds of miles receded like the tide, all of them entering the body of the old turtle, and the terrible aura was converging. The people of the Taishan sect all breathed a sigh of relief. Taoist Shintian hurriedly transmitted his voice to the elders guarding the mountain gate, asking them to remove the matrix. The endless runes gradually disappeared into the void, and the light shield that shrouded the 9 Taishan peaks also dissipated. "Senior, please enter Taishan Temple." Taoist Shintian led the various chiefs and elders to greet the old turtle. Xinyuan Old Monster and Lin Outsong also led their respective disciples, following behind Taoist Shintian and the other senior members of the Taishan sect. Most of the old monsters of the 3 great Taoist sects had witnessed the glory of the old turtle when the true demon of the northern land was born. They knew how powerful this old demon was, so they did not dare to be careless. "Oomph!" The old turtle snorted coldly. He ignored Taoist Shintian and the elders of the 3 great Taoist sects and directly disappeared into the void. Hiss! When everyone saw this, they all gasped. No one could see how the old turtle disappeared, not even Xinyuan Old Monster and Lin Outsong. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in shock. This kind of teleportation technique that allowed one to directly enter the void and disappear without a trace was the legendary teleportation technique. This kind of divine ability was a great divine ability that only appeared in the legends. In the history of the Tanglong continent, there were only records of immortals in myths and legends. For thousands of years, no one had actually seen immortals. In the ancient books of the major sects and factions, there were only a few words about immortals. However, all the cultivators in the world of cultivation believed that immortals existed. Taoist Shintian, Xinyuan Old Monster, and the others no longer had any doubts. This old demon was a demon god. When the demon race became an immortal, they became a demon god. The old tortoise had already entered the Supreme Mystery sect, but no one was able to catch any traces of the old tortoise. This was the terror of the demon god. He could suddenly appear beside someone and then kill them effortlessly. Whoosh! The old turtle's figure appeared in the sky above Green Spirit Peak. At this time, he had completely transformed into a human. He was a middle-aged man with a mighty appearance. It was really hard to imagine that the old turtle, who was like a peerless demon and acted according to his own preferences, would have an extraordinary appearance after transforming into a human. On Green Spirit Peak, a white figure stood in front of the door of the cave and looked up. "Old turtle, long time no see. Why have you come to find me? Could it be that you were forced by that little monk to have nowhere to hide and want to hide here?" Gu-Fei smiled and looked up at the old turtle in the sky. "Bah, bah, bah. That little monk was forced by me to have nowhere to hide. Okay? Hurry up and come with me." The moment Old Tortoise saw Gu Fei, it immediately flew down from the sky. It grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder and soared into the sky, flying toward the west. "You old turtle, can't you be a little more gentle? I'm a peerless master after all," Gu Fei said very unhappily. No matter who it was, if they were caught in the air like an eagle catching a chick, no one would be happy. "Gentle my ass." The old turtle did not say anything and directly teleported out of Taishan Gate. Taoist Shintian and the other elders of the three major Taoist sects had not yet arrived at Green Spirit Peak when the old turtle and Gu Fei had already left the atmosphere of the 9 peaks of Taishan and arrived outside Taishan Gate. Teleportation was a great magical power that could only be performed by immortals. By the time Taoist Shintian, Old Monster Xinyuan, and the others discovered that the old turtle and Gu Fei had left Taishan Gate, the old turtle and Gu Fei had already disappeared. Why did this old demon want to take Gu Fei away? No one knew why the old turtle wanted to take Gu Fei away. They were all confused, but they were not worried about Gu Fei's safety. Gu Fei and the old turtle had an extraordinary friendship. That night, the commotion caused by the arrival of the old turtle could not be calmed down for a long time. A group of disciples was talking about this matter. A demon had actually appeared in Taishan Gate. This was something that had rarely happened in thousands of years. The elders and elders of the 3 major Taoist sects returned to Taishan Temple. Everyone felt ashamed or angry because they had been ignored by the other party. Because the other party really had the strength to ignore everyone present. A demon god had come to Taishan Gate. This was definitely a big event that could shake the entire world of cultivation. This news was difficult to block, and Taishan Gate did not order its disciples to keep it a secret. The upper echelons of the 3 major Taoist sects could already predict that Taishan Gate would once again become the focus of the entire world of cultivation. The sky was blue, and stars filled the sky. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Taishan Gate stood 2 figures. "Old turtle, don't give me any more riddles. Be straightforward. Why did you come to Taishan Gate to find me this time? If you don't make it clear, I won't leave." The 2 people on the top of the mountain were Gu Fei and the old turtle. Chapter 445. The bright moon shone high in the sky, and the mountain whistled. Gu Fei and the old turtle stood on the mountain peak. Actually, I want to borrow something from you." The old turtle was a little hesitant, but in the end, he still told him the reason why he came to find Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he heard this. A strange expression appeared on his face as he said with some surprise, "Did I hear it wrong? You want to borrow something from me?" The old turtle glared at Gu Fei and said, "Can I?" Back then, the old turtle wanted to talk about his awe-inspiring deeds. However, Gu Fei immediately interrupted him. "All right, what do I have that's worth borrowing?" Gu Fei knew that if he let the old turtle talk about his awe-inspiring deeds, he would definitely not stop for a few hours. Hee. In fact, it's not an important treasure. It's just the mountain and river cauldron in your inner world. The old turtle looked at Gu Fei with a smile, and his eyes lit up. Mountain and river cauldron? Gu Fei jumped. The mountain and river cauldron was not an important treasure? This old turtle, how could he say that? Gu Fei was not a fool. He knew very well that even in the primitive times, the mountain and river cauldron was definitely a treasure. Even the great figures of the ancient times would go crazy for it. "That's right. I want to borrow your mountain and river cauldron." The old turtle seemed a little excited. Gu Fei lowered his head and pondered for a while before saying, "We met in the virtual sky world. We're friends who have gone through life and death together. Since you asked, I can't not lend it to you." "Then give it to me." The old turtle was very straightforward. He directly extended his hand in front of Gu Fei with an incomparably bright smile on his face. But Gu Fei wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He looked like he was in a dilemma. The bright smile on the old turtle's face immediately froze. He seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. "To tell you the truth, even if I wanted to lend the mountain and river cauldron to you, I wouldn't be able to." Gu Fei almost burst out laughing when he saw Old Tortoise's expression. However, he held it in and spoke to Old Tortoise in all seriousness. "What's going on? Could it be that the mountain and river cauldron was stolen? The bright smile on the old turtle's face disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by anxiety and tightness, as if the person who had stolen the mountain and river cauldron was him. No, Goofy answered. You stinky brat, are you messing with me? The old tortoise was infuriated. It felt like this brat was messing with him. I didn't tease you. Goofy shrugged and said innocently. Old Tortoise had really wronged him. Goofy was not lying. He really could not borrow it. You're still denying it? Since the mountain and river cauldron is with you, why can't you borrow it? The old tortoise was a little unhappy. Brother, ever since the mountain and river cauldron entered my inner world, it has settled down there. There's nothing I can do if it refuses to come out. Goofy said helplessly. Old Tortoise frowned and asked in disbelief, haven't you refined the mountain and river cauldron yet? Refine? Goofy could only smile bitterly. Even moving the mountain and river cauldron would take a lot of effort, let alone refining it. It was a rare supreme treasure. With Goofy's current cultivation, refining a rare supreme treasure was like an ant trying to swallow an elephant, unless a miracle happened. That's right. With your current cultivation, Old Tortoise looked up and down at Goofy and nodded. It was difficult to move a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron, unless it was an ancient almighty. This is troublesome. Do I have to wait for thousands of years for this brat to refine the mountain and river cauldron before I can open that place? Old Tortoise muttered to himself. He seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. I'll open my inner world. If you can take the mountain and river cauldron out, you can have it, Goofy said. He knew that Old Tortoise would never borrow the mountain and river cauldron from him unless there was something he could not solve. Rumble. A purple flame mark appeared between Goofy's eyebrows. A powerful wave of power surged from the mark, and the void in front of him suddenly shook. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from between Goofy's eyebrows like waves of water. Then, cracks appeared in the void in front of Goofy. The void shattered, and in the end, a hole about 3 meters in diameter appeared. Inside the hole was a small world, and in that small world was an ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron? Old Tortoise was overjoyed. With the mountain and river cauldron, he could open that place. Legend had it that the place was a divine treasure trove with countless treasures. Even an expert like Old Tortoise, who was already an almighty since ancient times, was tempted by the legendary divine treasure trove and wanted to take it for himself. Brat, do you mean what you said just now? Old Tortoise was shocked and overjoyed. The mountain and river cauldron was right in front of him. Of course, if you can take the mountain and river cauldron out of my inner world, I'll lend it to you, Goofy said to Old Tortoise in an extremely serious manner. Hee, that's what you said. Old Tortoise chuckled and reached out his right hand to grab the small world inside the cave. After his big hand entered the small world, it quickly grew to the size of a hill and shrouded the ancient cauldron in the small world. The small world shook, but the cauldron did not move at all. Old Tortoise's big hand grabbed the cauldron and tried to take it out of Goofy's inner world. However, the cauldron was as heavy as 100,000 mountains and could not be moved at all. Old Tortoise exclaimed. He could not move the mountain and river cauldron. This was both within his expectations and outside of his expectations. The mountain and river cauldron was indeed extraordinary. Goofy could not help but be secretly shocked when he saw that Old Tortoise seemed to be unable to take the mountain and river cauldron out of his inner world. The mountain and river cauldron was indeed a rare treasure. Even Old Tortoise, whose cultivation had recovered to the immortal realm, could not move it. I don't believe that I can't take it out. Old Tortoise roared and activated the power of the demon god with all his might. The big hand that grabbed the mountain and river cauldron desperately shrank. Rumble. The whole small world shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Goofy's body suddenly shook violently, and the Miwan palace between his eyebrows felt like it was about to explode. Old Tortoise's power could not move the mountain and river cauldron, but it shook Goofy's inner world. Goofy felt the world spinning and his vision turning black. His head felt like it was about to split open. It was as if the inner world in his Miwan palace was about to be pulled out by Old Tortoise. Stop. Old Tortoise. Gu Fei's face was as white as paper and his body was on the verge of collapsing. His inner world was shaking, and he had also suffered a great impact. Sigh. Seeing Gu Fei's pained expression, Old Tortoise could only sigh and withdraw his hand helplessly. Following that, Gu Fei's inner world also closed. He was drenched in sweat and felt like his body was about to collapse. It was as if he had fought with someone for 10 days and 10 nights and had exhausted his vitality. This mountain and river cauldron is really strange, Old Tortoise said unwillingly. If he did not stop, Gu Fei's inner world would be damaged even if it did not collapse. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to have become one with Gu Fei's inner world. It was impossible to take it out from Gu Fei's inner world. In fact, Old Tortoise knew very well that even if the mountain and river cauldron was not in Gu Fei's inner world, it would still be difficult for him to move it. Although Old Tortoise's cultivation had recovered to the demon god realm and was as powerful as an immortal god, it was still difficult for him to move a supreme treasure. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his mystic arts and inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. It took him almost an hour to recover. Then, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and threw a punch at the Old Tortoise, who was sitting with his legs crossed, biting a piece of dried grass and staring at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. A bright aura rushed out from Gu Fei's fist and instantly lit up the heaven and earth. The void distorted, and the earth trembled under his fist. F***CK. You're murdering me for money. Old Tortoise immediately rushed into the sky and dodged Gu Fei's fierce punch. Bam! Under Gu Fei's fist, half of the mountain suddenly collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky and rocks and soil rolled down the mountain, making a loud noise that echoed throughout the mountains. You old bastard! You're murdering me for money. Gu Fei also rushed into the sky and directly hit Old Tortoise with his right hand. Rumble. As if a mountain was crushing down from the void, Gu Fei's palm power shook the sky. In front of his palm, endless power surged and surged, converging into a terrifying wave of energy that rushed toward Old Tortoise. Gu Fei displayed a terrifying martial arts combat skill. Although the moves were simple and direct, they contained the profound meaning of martial arts and unparalleled combat power. Brat, what are you trying to do? Old Tortoise shouted and pointed his finger. The terrifying palm power that rushed toward him was immediately dissolved into nothingness. As for Gu Fei, he felt as if he was hit by a giant hammer and fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! The other half of the mountain that had not collapsed was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei, who had descended from the sky. Rocks and soil flew in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Roar! Gu Fei rushed into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He emitted an unparalleled battle intent and dared to punch at the demon god. What are you trying to do? You old bastard! You almost destroyed my inner world just now. What do you think I'm trying to do? Gu Fei said angrily. Okay, stop fooling around. Business is more important. Old Tortoise knew he went a bit too far just now, so he didn't blame Gu Fei for attacking him. Humph. What business do you have? Gu Fei said disdainfully. Come with me to a place. Old Tortoise suddenly said to Gu Fei very seriously. Where? Gu Fei had never seen Old Tortoise so serious. Even in the virtual sky world, when it was a matter of life and death, Old Tortoise was never this serious. Seeing Old Tortoise like this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. The Western Buddhist land. The Old Tortoise uttered these 4 words.